know, 9:30, 9:45 at night. And we're driving and North Carolina. My daughter, I have three girls. My daughter in the back is my oldest one. She's like, Mom, you know, you go around the country and you teach and you tell people all the time to you know, to chase their dreams and make it happen no matter what. And Jada doesn't stop, boy. Like she just won't stop. She's just keeps going and keeps going. And I'm looking in the rearview mirror like, what the hell is this girl talking about? Look at him. And he looks at me and he's like, don't you do it. She didn't say mom and dad. She said mom. Jada's like, Mom, what about my dreams? What about my dreams? How are they gonna happen? I must have spent the rest of the time perplexed in my head. We get home, Jada's da-da-da-da, she's at it. And like any good mom, I'm taking off my jewelry and my makeup. And I'm like, listen, girl, like it's over, like we're done. I'm not talking about it. Because I really didn't have a good answer for her. And inside of this, I didn't have a good answer for her. She's asking me, Mom, what about my dreams? How are they supposed to happen if we live in Raleigh, North Carolina? My daughter wants to be an actress. Into myself, real talk, when and how? Why would I stop Jada from dreaming? She's asking me, Mom, why not? And I thought to myself for this real talk moment, I was like, man, I wish my mom had the ability to even entertain my dreams, let alone make them happen. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wish my mom, like real talk, I wish my mom had the ability to just entertain my dreams, like for real, for real. But not only did my mom not have the ability to entertain my dreams, but to her, like, there was no way I could actually dream out loud. But here it is, I have the ability to entertain my daughter's dreams, and my reality check was I had the ability to make them a reality. When I asked you this question when we started, it was like, when was the last time you allowed yourself to dream and dream wildly? When I lived in Miami, Florida, making $10.22 an hour and upset and angry and pissed off with the whole doggone world, the truth of the matter is that I made a decision to start owning my story, the good, the bad, and the ugly, not storytelling. But then outside of that, I made a decision to start dreaming out loud. Over the last decade, I've built, actually 2 decades, because Jada just turned 18. I built a handful of multiple 6-figure businesses, and then I went on to build a multiple 7-figure business before I turned 30. I've sold companies, I've acquired companies, and I'm like, man, all of that came from me and making a decision to not alone, number out loud, and then last but not least, it's owning my story. When was the last time you allowed yourself to dream and dream out loud? Today, I live a life that I love. And as I ask you, like, for real, like, when was the last time you really allowed yourself to dream? Until when you talked about it, it sounded crazy. That's actually when the next level happens. And this is not a journey of motivating. This is a journey of saying, well, how did I build a multiple 7-figure business without an online funnel? How did I build a multiple 7-figure business without any of this technology? How did I build a multiple 7-figure business without a course? How did I build a multiple 7-figure business without ... Like it goes on and on and on. When I left, when I left that moment with my daughter, or I shouldn't say left, when I got into that moment the next morning, Jada's asking me this question again. And finally I raised my hands and I'm like, that's it, we're moving. And within 30 days, I sold everything we had in Raleigh, North Carolina. And I put the kids in the backseat of the car. We packed enough stuff, you know, like enough of our memorabilia that could fit in the trunk. And this is no BS, this is the truth. And we drove like complete fools to the little dot on the GPS map on our phone. We drove to Los Angeles. Within 30 days, I sold everything we had and we moved. We get to the dot and I said, okay, great. You make it happen. The truth of the matter is that everything that I've built, every part of, you know, going from a place of wanting to die to building not just a handful of multiple 6-figure businesses and then onto a multiple 7-figure business, but building a life I stupidly love today. Like I flipping love my life. Every time people ask me like, what are you most proud of? I'm like, I live my life by design. I think that's it. To me, that's the ultimate. It's not even about how much money you have in the bank. It's not about how I live in Los Angeles. Like, I know it's not about that stuff. It's 100% about living your life by design, but more importantly, it's more about it's the second layer. In a world where we're looking for things to make us unique, your story is the only actual legit asset that you have that makes you. There has never been another Tiffany Largie, period. And there will never be another Tiffany Largie. So when I'm thinking about setting myself apart, making myself unique, being different, standing out, I 100% have to go to the thing that the world's never seen before. It's my story. When you're thinking about standing out in the marketplace, yes, I know from a business perspective, we change our website, we get a new logo, we get brand new fonts, we have a slogan, blah, 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 blah. Man, none of that stuff makes you unique. There is someone else out there who is giving their customer and clients black shirts. There is someone else out there that has a really catchy phrase or statement, but there is no other you. So when it comes to building your business, and for those of you who are wondering, like, what business is this she run? When I sold my business in 2015, I guess, man, those 7 or 8 years before, my business partners had been Xerox Corporation, Hewlett Packard, Franco Postalia. I came from the hardware and software space. And we had 3 offices, and I had my head down in my little corner office as the CEO, churning it and just working hard. I didn't develop any dynamic strategy. I definitely don't write code. I didn't invent a product. I 100% just worked really hard. And then after I mastered understanding and owning my own story, I then taught other people how to tell my story. Got it? Now, the reason why building a business, the reason why this story thing is so important is because number one, it puts you in a place of truly being unique in the market. Number two, it allows you to extend past into other markets, into other buying markets, into other connection markets. I mean, our audience now goes around the world. Do the Damn Thing Nation. Hey, I just got excited when I said that. Do the Damn Thing Nation goes around the whole world. We're still a 25 to 30% white male. We have customers and clients and people who follow us and connect with us and buy from us and fly to our large events and spend thousands of dollars on tickets who don't look like me, who are not women, who are not Black, who are not my age. And let me be clear, I still don't have a college education. I still don't have any licenses. I definitely don't have any certifications. I don't have any of that stuff. And it's like, my ability to reach past the pond, if you will, is not because I'm super smart. It's not because I had great JV partners or people who endorsed me. No, it's because I made a decision to own my story and to tell it. But I own it and hold on to it for like dear life, literally for dear life. And I don't apologize for it. And this last part of me not apologizing for it, it's pretty simple. It's like every single time we apologize to other people for our story, we find ourselves managing other people's insecurity. Number one reason why business owners don't grow. Number one reason why we can get to 6 figures, but we don't hit 1 million. Number one reason why we get to 1 million, but we can't stay there and we're behind the scenes. Number one reason why we hold on to the job that we know we hate. Number one reason why we hold on to a team member is that we know we should have fired. Number one reason why why our life feels so like this, and sometimes those dips are so bad, you're like, how the hell did that happen? And it's not a life card that got handed. It's that we spend so much flipping time entertaining other people's insecurities. I just don't have time for it. I made a decision a long time ago, especially when I knew that I needed to fight for me in a new way. I had to stop managing other people's insecurities because there's just only but so time. And let me just tell you, you and I both, listen, we're running out of time. I want to tell you life is too short, but the truth is that we're running out of time. We're running out of time. So I'm gonna switch gears here just for a moment. I want to give you the context for why do I need to tell my story in business? And as I mentioned before, yes, we do 100%. Our go-to-market is we're going to build that business, and we're not going to focus on just driving more traffic. I'll leave that for my peers. I'll leave that for second and third. I'm going to show our customers and clients, they're going to convert more of the traffic that they have. We convert more of the traffic that we have versus constantly looking for new traffic, because that's how you become more profitable. That's how you get a longer, that's how you get more value out of the lead that you've already acquired. That's how you increase your lifetime value, the LTV of your customer, all the things that we're trying to do in business. Man, if you try to, when we do all those things and we don't do them on the foundation of story, we're just, and that gets tiring. So I'm going to switch gears here just for a moment. I'm going to give you context as to why this story makes so much sense. All right, awesome. So I'm going to show you really quickly how, what, where does this just pull in? Like, why does this matter? Why is it vital? And if you could see this right here is the market. Actually, you know what? I just realized. Can we stop real quick? Doing the damn thing. Okay, so I want to give you context for this. Okay, we're going to be ready for real. You got to start and stop again, and I'll talk. Doing the damn thing. Now, I want to give you context for this because it's important that you and I both understand together kind of where does this fall in, like where does this play a role. Now, the market dictates that and I'm going to tell you this, when I learned this lesson years ago, ooh-wee, it changed everything for me in business. This, we've just figured out how to take it one step further, okay? So in this, we have this concept and it's called the market. Okay, now the market is what it is. I can't change the market. I can't manipulate the market. I just have to respect the market for what it is. And when I'm going to put this down here because I like it better down here so we can constantly see it. So when I think about the market, I have to think this is the people, the open people that are ready to buy in any given market at this time. Now, the market dictates that 3 to 5% of the market says right now, absolutely, I totally need that product or service. The market also dictates that about 45% to 55% of the market says, you know, I don't need that product or service, but I need it in about 36 to 36 months. The market also dictates that, I don't know, about 30 to 40% says, hell no, I don't need that. I don't need it. I don't want it. I don't need it nor want it. So because of this, this is where story comes in. Every single time I hear one of my peers teach storytelling, I want to be transparent and say that storytelling for me is a way to gather an isolated part of the journey, and deliver it to an audience, when our responsibility as business owners, CEOs, is to not just build a company where we're building cash, where we close somebody for this moment. It's to go the next mile and to build a business where we're making money. I'd rather teach our customers and clients to make cash, maybe right when they're starting, but their real focus needs to be on making money. That's where you get deep inside of the heart, the emotion, the psyche, the kind of fibers of the person you want to connect with, whether you're selling to them now or you're selling them into the future. When I understood this lesson, we took it one step further. Whenever I hear like great, like here we go, you ready? Hi, my name is Susie Sally Smith with Susie Sally Smith Cleaning, and we make organic, basically just water products. And if you need your house cleaned, your car, or the trees outside, I want you to call Susie Sally Smith Cleaning, etc. Now, that's really good, but it's a commercial. Storytelling or pitches, or making that kind of quick moment of, hi, this is who I am. Hi, this is what we're about. Hi, this is what we do. It's really good and it works. But what it does is it only speaks to this person. This person, they are already sold. If you spend your time, energy, and effort, whether you're getting on stage, you're doing webinars, you're emailing your list, or maybe you're just trying to get out, you're branching out, and you're focused on telling or connecting with the person here, that's super tough. You know why? Because this person is already sold. You just need to be in the right place at the right time. You just need to be in the right place at the right time. Your responsibility is to create all your marketing, your reach out, your business kind of footprint, teaching what problem you solved, who you solve it for, what gives you the right to solve it, and why you want to solve it is here. This is where the money is. So let's do the math on this. I want you to see how this works. If I reach out, if I have an audience of 20 people, right, and I get my 3 to 5%, man, I may end up with 1 lead. If I have my same 20 people and I nail my 45 to 55%, then this is 9 people. It's a whole lot easier to leave an event and have 10 leads than to have 1. This is a going out of business strategy. This is a lead acquisition strategy, okay? And what it does is it allows us to make money versus cash. Listen, all I know is that once I understood this, I kind of came down to this important piece, and my very last kind of point with you today as to why story is so 911 and why you got to tell your story is because you've got to make a decision as to whether you're the general practitioner or are you the expert. The general practitioner or facilitator, they make general practitioner money in life, period. The expert, whether they're running a company or even if they're hired inside of an amazing firm, they make expert money. It's really very simple. I go to the doctor and I'm uncontrollably sick, okay? And I'm uncontrollably sick and I'm saying to myself, oh my gosh, I need to go and talk to my doctor, John. John's a nice guy. He's been really good to us and he loves me. So I talk to John and I say, John, listen, I haven't been feeling well. My stomach's been hurting. Da, 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 da. And John's like, Tiffany, you know, let me ask you a couple of questions. And then he's like, do this for me. Take this medicine and go and come back and see me in about 2 weeks or so and let me see how, how and what. Fast forward, I get the opportunity to talk to Mark. Now I'm walking out of my general practitioner. We like John, he's been a family doctor forever. I'm talking to Mark. I go into Mark's office. Mark is a specialist. He's hard to see, but he happens to have a cancellation. So I walk inside, I'm like, hi, Mark, my name is Tiffany Largy. This is what's happening. And let's say Mark says to me, Tiffany, let me just ask a couple questions. I'm like, sure, Mark, go ahead, spit it. And Mark says, hey, Tiffany, do you have pain over here or over here? I'm like, I have pain over here. And then he's like, do you wake up in the middle of the night gasping for air? Do you sometimes have to feel like you desperately need for water around 4 a.m.? And I'm like, yes, this is exactly. And he goes like this. He's like, you know what? Do me a favor. I want you to take this, but I actually want you to lay off the tomatoes, the lemons, and no more pizza. And you should be all set in about 30 days and you shouldn't need to see me at all. Now, here's the importance of this, and I'm gonna leave this right here. The general practitioner, John, super nice guy, he charged me $168. I was in a ugly 5x5 room with an ugly Walmart picture on the wall, okay? And over here, I go to see Mark. I'm in another 5x5 room, and there's another picture on the wall from Walmart. And he charges me $585. Here's the truth. Your story allows you to be the expert in the market. Once I built a 7-figure business without an online funnel, it became a fact. I don't need other people's opinions to approve that. It became a fact. Once I built a business with $0 and no loans and no credit cards and no friends and family and any of that, and no course and no flipping funnel, oh my God, it became a fact. The truth of the matter is that my willingness to own my story and then walk out into the market and be clear on my story and then use and leverage my story allowed me to dictate the price. The expert dictates the price. $568 versus $125 or $168. Here's what I want to leave you with. Okay, as you think about your next steps, as you think about what you're trying to build right now, as you think about all the other amazing pieces of the puzzle that you've gathered at this fantastic, dynamic conference that you're part of, I want you to ask yourself, as you start the journey and as you build and put out, are you the general practitioner or are you guys the expert? And how do you put that, and have you put that out into the market? Here's what I want you to be clear. Both of them go to school for the same amount of time. It's just the expert goes into the market and he decides by himself, or she decides by herself, that they're the expert, and that's that. And no one's going to tell them any different. So with that, I gotta leave you with this super, super simple question from me to you. When was the last time that you allowed yourself to dream? And if you're not using your story, your whole story, that I know that you can tell in a short period of time, here at Do the Damn Thing Nation, we believe and know that you can do it in 3 sentences, the whole thing. What story haven't you told? Sure. But I want you to be clear that the world right now, at this very moment, they're waiting like this to hear your story and the lessons that come along with it. I know that this is the truth because I am one of them.
This is Dr. Willie Jolly, and I have only just a minute, only 60 seconds in it. It's forced upon me. I can't refuse it. I didn't seek it. I didn't choose it, but it's up to me to use it. I must suffer if I lose it, give account if I abuse it. Just a tiny little minute, but our eternities are wrapped up in it. And I'm grateful for this minute, this moment, this opportunity to be on with you, to be here with you, and to hopefully be able to do some things today that will and give you some things today that will inspire, empower, encourage, uplift, motivate, and invigorate you to live bigger and better and greater lives and have greater success. I want to thank my dear friend Trevor Ott for having me to be part of this BlackCEO conference. I'm honored because Trevor is one of my sons, I like to call him, Shay Brown, Della Toro, so many others, Velton, Simon T. Bailey, who I've had the honor to mentor, to work with, and to help them grow. And I remember when Trevor was this little fella who was webcasting a party I had for Wally Famous Amos. On Wally's 75th birthday in DC, he was being given the city, key to the city, and a congressional citation at the House of Congress, the Congressional House, and we had a party for him. And Trevor with this little guy over there with this computer. And I said, "What are you doing?" He said, "I'm webcasting." I said, "What is webcasting?" And he said, "I'm putting this up on the web for people to enjoy." I said, "I've never heard of such." And so he was already ahead of the game. And he's continued to grow and to continue to do great things and continue to be a change maker, a leader, and a industry forethinker. And so I want to say him. I want to thank Velton Shaw for all his help in making this happen, and all the others who have made it happen. Well, as CEOs and CEO to CEO, okay, this has been a challenging time for all CEOs. You've got to do some different things in different times, but different times and those different things for different times, those different times and uncommon times will create some uncommon opportunities. But you've got to be willing and able to see the changes. A lot of changes going on in our world, and we are in the midst of a pandemic, economic downturn, massive job loss, racial strife, and yet we are able to see opportunities. If you have your glasses, not just your regular reading glasses, but your glasses of possibilities. And that's what I want you to put on. They might not be something you can see physically, but I'm encouraging you to put on your glasses of possibility, to see through lenses of opportunities that others may not be able to see. But because of your vision, you're able to see it. Let's talk about it, what it's going to take. It's going to take vision. Now, let's define vision. Make sure everybody clear vision. Oh, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm so excited. I'm making an assumption that all of you know Dr. Willie Jolly, who he is, where he came from, why he's even speaking on this conference. I don't want to make that assumption, because there might be somebody who says, I don't know who that guy is. Why am I taking time? Who is he? Why should I take time? Well, I hope you will stay around, but I'm Dr. Willie Jolly. Make my living giving speeches, writing books, doing television and radio, and in normal times, traveling around the globe, speaking for Fortune 500 corporations to help them to increase their productivity, their performance, and their profitability. And I've had success working for a number of companies over the years. I used to be, in my former life, a nightclub singer. That's right, a nightclub singer who had won an award for Best Jazz Singer, Best Entertainer, and numerous other awards. Well, one night I went in a nightclub. The club owner said, we made a change. We love your band, but we found something cheaper that's filling up nightclubs. There's a new craze called the karaoke craze. We bought a karaoke machine. We're going to give that a shot. I was devastated. I'd worked so hard to help them build their clientele, their business, their numbers. But I got fired, replaced by a karaoke machine. I was mad. But someone once wrote that a success is a failure who gets mad enough to overcome their fears. What fears have kept you back? Well, I know there were fears that kept me back. The fear of not being good enough, the fear of being inadequate, the fear of maybe this is the best I could do, the fear of rejection, the fear of failure. I was afraid. And so I got mad enough, though. I got mad enough that I'm not going to let my fears stop me. I'm mad. I worked hard. I'd done everything right. I had good numbers. We had standing room only audiences. People were loving what we did. There wasn't an issue with performance. It was just they wanted to make more money. In retrospect, I understand. But I didn't understand then. I was mad. They were just making a business decision. But I'd worked hard. And I made a decision that day. I was never going to let anybody else determine my destiny. I took a job with the Washington, D.C. public school system while I was trying to figure out what I was going to do. And during that year, as part of my job with the school system as a drug prevention coordinator, I had to start giving speeches. And I started giving speeches to little kids about staying away from drugs. And it was during that year, my life changed. From the little kids, the teachers would say, could you come to my teachers group? And someone at the teachers group would say, can you come to my company? And someone at the company would say, can you come to my church? And somebody else would come to this, that, and it continued to grow. And then Les Brown, the great motivational speaker, heard about this guy in Washington, D.C., who was mixing speaking and singing. He said, I've never heard anybody who speaks and then starts to sing. We need this guy on this tour. It's called the Music and Motivation Dream Team Tour. We need an opening act. So he invited me to be on the tour, which featured Les Brown, Billy Preston, Gladys Knight, and a little guy from Washington, D.C. Because of Les and Gladys, they introduced me to some radio people. I got a little radio show on a little AM station because of the introduction. And it then became popular, got to the big FM station, and then it can continue to be popular and got syndicated. And then it was picked up in a longer form on Sirius XM. And I now have the #1 self-help show in America on Sirius XM, the Willie Jolly Wealthy Ways Show, channel 141, on Saturdays, 4 o'clock, and it replays Tuesday and Thursday at 6 p.m. And my guests include Les Brown, Dennis Kimbrough, General Colin Powell, Damon John, Steve Case, Stephen Covey, Gladys Knight, just one after another, Wally Amos, Brian Tracy. I mean, you can go, the A-listers on my show. And that led to my podcast on iHeartRadio, which is now one of the top podcasts in America. On iHeart, the Willie Jolly Wealthy Ways podcast. It's on iHeart and C-Suite and TuneIn and Stitcher, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts. And then one day a book publisher, oh, by the way, I'm also on Radio 1 with Dr. Kathy Hughes. She called me and invited me after many years of me preceding Steve Harvey. She now has me on a syndicated daily show on Radio 1 on Get Up Mornings with Erica Campbell across America every morning. And then a book publisher heard me on the radio years ago and called me and said, hey, I love your ideas. Have you ever thought about writing a book? I said, no, I never thought about it. He said, let me make you an offer. I said, I just thought about it. My first book came out called It Only Takes a Minute to Change Your Life, became a national bestseller. Then the book that put me on the map, A Setback is a Setup for a Comeback, came out, became a global bestseller. It turned setbacks into greenbacks, then An Attitude of Excellence. And then the latest book, Make Love, Make Money, Make It Last. 10 Secrets to Shape a Great Marriage. My wife and I have been married for 36 years, haven't had an argument in 33 years. Those first couple of years were like World War III, but we got some wise mentors who helped us go from arguing to loving and to get on with success. And because I found out success is better together. And so, in fact, go get a free chapter from the book at jollymarriage.com. Just my gift to you, jollymarriage.com, get a free chapter. Anyway, the book started coming out. Things started happening. Did a PBS special, and it became a success. Started doing more and more television, and things started happening. And I'm excited. I'm speaking. And then in 1999, I got a call from Toastmasters International telling me I've been named one of the top 5 speakers in the world for that year. Former winners include Colin Powell, Norman Schwarzkopf, Nelson Mandela, Margaret Thatcher, Christopher Reeve. I couldn't believe my ears. I said, you sure you got the right person? I'm Willie Jolly. I speak to school kids and colleges and corporations, and I even speak at little groups. I speak at family reunions. I'm a little dog. And the lady said, if a little dog keep yapping loud enough and strong enough, big dogs start to hear about you. And then in 1999, after getting named one of the top 5 speakers of the year, I was next year named the Motivational Speaker of the Year. And in 2005, I was inducted into the Speaker Hall of Fame. And then in 2015, I was named a legend of the speaking industry. And it all happened because I got fired and replaced by a karaoke machine. And it started with a new vision. That goes back to where I was getting ready to go to. It's about the vision. You see, when I got fired, I read a book, Think and Grow Rich, and talked about your thinking. Your thinking as a man thinketh, Bible says, so as he is. It talked about your thinking. Whatever you think about all day long will have an impact on your life and will help you develop a new vision. But let's make sure we're clear on definitions of the word vision. See, vision is an interesting word. We hear a lot of people talk about vision, but there are types of vision. I want to make sure we're clear on what type of vision you as a CEO, as a business owner, as an entrepreneur, as a world changer, what kind of vision you're going to need to know. Well, does vision mean eyesight? No. Stevie Wonder, Ray Charles, Jose Feliciano, Helen Keller proved that you do not have to have eyesight to become a world changer, to have a visionary impact on the world. No, eyesight, not necessary. Well, then does it mean hindsight? What happened in the past? Well, the problem with dealing with the past is you get stuck in the past. You think about the past, you talk about the past, You dwell on the past. What happened 20 years ago? What somebody did to you? How somebody talked down to you? How somebody told you you couldn't do it, and you got stuck in the past, and you couldn't move past it. Well, let me tell you what I found. The past is supposed to be a place of reference. Learn from it, not a place of residence. You're not supposed to dwell there. There's a reason in your car why your windshield is this big and your rear view mirror is this big. You're supposed to keep more of your time looking forward than behind you. Check it out every now and then. But you're supposed to look more about where you're going, not where you've been. No, vision does not mean eyesight, does not mean hindsight. It's two other sights that are critically important: insight and foresight. Insight, that still small voice within us. Some call it intuition, but I call it insight. That voice that gives us direction, protection, introspection, reflection, insight. You take that insight, that inner voice, and you maximize it. You listen to it. But here's the problem. Most people don't listen to their inner voice. They listen to all the outer voices. The people who tell you what's not possible, what can't be done, what you aren't capable of because of where you come from or what you have in your lineage or your background. No, don't listen to all the outer voices. Listen to that inner voice that gives you direction, protection, introspection, reflection. Listen to that insight. Turn up the volume on your insight. Turn down the volume on the outer voices. Take that insight and you mix it with foresight. Calling forth those things that be not as though they are. Speaking into existence what's not yet a reality. Speaking your future before it becomes even on the horizon of your possibility. Speak it. I remember when I was getting ready to start my speaking business, I visited a friend of mine, a guy who was a great guy, but he had limited vision. And he asked me, what are you going to do now that you've been fired from your job? And then you took the job with the school system. And what are you going to do now? I said, I'm going to become a full-time speaker. A what? A full-time speaker. Speaker? You're going to become a full-time speaker? You think people are going to pay you to speak? I said, yeah, I believe I believe that. He said, I don't know. How were you? I'd probably stay with that job. Don't quit that job, that good government job. I'm glad I didn't listen to him. Good guy, but limited vision. I listened to my inner voice and it said, jump. Jump and grow wings on the way. And I was willing to jump and grow wings on the way. I didn't know how I was going to do it. I didn't know all the parts and pieces that would be necessary, but I was willing to take the risk. Let me tell you something about business. Business is a risk, just by its pure nature of the word. Business is a risk. And in order to take the risk, you need to know which risks to take and which ones not to take. Because there can be a lot of things thrown at you, a lot of things that come up into your purview, a lot of things that come up into your radar screen that can distract you from what you're really supposed to do or what is a good, wise. You need wisdom to make a vision come to be. You need wisdom. And wisdom, many people think wisdom only comes with old age. No, wisdom comes from prayer and from supplication, and from wisdom comes from what you read, who you hang out with, and who you listen to. Who are your mentors? Write this one down. There are two ways to get to any goal. Mentors and mistakes. If you don't quit, both will get you there eventually. One just gets you there so much quicker, faster, with less headaches, heartaches, and knots upside your head. Get some mentors. I got some mentors who helped me to grow. who helped me to stretch, who helped me to become more, do more, be more, and achieve more. So I'm saying to you that it started with a commitment to work on my vision and then take some risk. Now, let me tell you a formula that I used when I had to make the decision to listen to that friend or to quit my job and become a full-time speaker. It's called my risk-taking formula. Business is about risk. Every day you got to take some risk. Which one should you take? Which one should you pass on? Life is about risk. Every day there's some risk. Which one should you pursue? And which one should you let go? Success is about risk. Which projects, programs, possibilities maybe should you say yes to, and which ones that you say no to? Risk. I have a risk formula. And once I learned it and used it, it has had a profound impact on my life, my marriage, my family, my income, and my success. Here are the 4 questions. Write them down. Number 1, if I take this risk, what's the best that can happen? What's the best that can happen if I take this risk? What's the best that can happen if I take this risk? Number 2, what's the worst that could happen if I take this risk? What's the worst that could happen if I take this risk? Question number 3, what's the most likely thing to happen if I take this risk? Question number 4, are you willing to live with the worst to get to the best? Wow. Are you willing to live with the worst to get to the best? What's the best that could happen? What's the worst that could happen? What's the most likely thing to happen? Are you willing to live with the worst in order to get to the best? I'm making $27,500 a year at my school system good government job. $27,500. I got 2 kids in private school. We brought them home in DC. What's the best that could happen? Well, what's the best that could happen if I quit my job and pursue speaking? I could live my dream. I could maybe become a millionaire or maybe a billionaire. I could have my wife maybe work with me. I could send my kids to college. What's the best? I thought all the best. What's the worst that could happen if I quit my job and pursued speaking? The worst would be, it'd be bad if my kids couldn't go to college. It'd be bad if my wife had to stay at her job on Capitol Hill working for a congressman on late hours sometime in the evening. It'd be bad if I couldn't get the monies to pay. But probably the worst of all the things, if I lost my house. That'd be real bad. That'd be the worst. Of all the bad things that could happen, if this failed, the worst would probably be, I can't think of anything worse that could happen from quitting my job than losing my house and being homeless. What's the most likely thing to happen? Most likely thing to happen if I quit this job and become a full-time speaker, most likely thing is I'm a struggle. I'm a struggle, but if I work hard enough, and if I'm diligent enough, and I pursue excellence enough, then I at least keep my head above water. Are you willing to live with the worst? Lose your house in order to live your dreams? Yes. death was not one of the worst possibilities. As long as I'm not dead, I might lose this house, but I can get another house. As long as I'm not dead, I can turn it around. As long as I'm not dead and I got strength in my bones and breath in my lungs, I can change this situation. So, am I willing to live with the worst, lose my house to get to the best, become a multimillionaire or billionaire, or live my dream? Yeah, I can get another house. And I quit my job. Risk-taking formula. Now, let me give you another scenario of that same risk-taking formula. Initially, in my speaking business, I was traveling by myself. And I would travel a lot. I was traveling a lot. My wife was not traveling with me because she was home with the kids. Well, one night I was speaking, I think it was Indiana. And it was a big event. There were lots of people. It was in the hotel ballroom. And I was giving them all I had. And I ended up with this song. The dream, the impossible dream, to fight the unbeatable foe, to bear with unbearable sorrow, to go where the brave dare not go. This is my quest, to follow that star, no matter how hopeless, no matter how far, to be willing to fight without question or pause, to be willing to march in hell for a heavenly cause. And I know if I only be true to this perilous quest, then my heart will lie peaceful and calm when I'm laid to my rest, and the world will be better for this, that one man. So, and I sang the whole song. I mean, the dream. And I finished big, and it was, people were all clapping. Ooh. Afterwards, people were all excited and signing books and so forth. And when I finished all the book signing and everything, and I went up to my room, I'm feeling good. And a little while later, a knock on my door. I thought it was somebody from the hotel, maybe sending me a card or something. And it was this beautiful woman. Oh, so beautiful, breathtaking. Whew. Beautiful, sexy, glamorous, vivacious woman. She said, never heard anybody speak and sing. It just moved me to my core. I found out where your room was. I heard you were staying here overnight and just wanted to know if you'd like some company, because I'm so moved by your message. Oh. I looked. She was beautiful. I'm by myself. My wife's in Washington. 4 questions. What's the best that could happen here? What's the worst that could happen? What's the most likely thing to happen? Are you willing to live with the worst to get to the best? What's the best that could happen? A wonderful evening of woohoo! What's the worst that could happen? I could lose my wife. What's the most likely thing to happen? One night stand, never see her again in my life. Am I willing to live with the worst, lose my wife, to get to a one night stand? I said, ma'am, you are a beautiful lady. I'm humbled. I'm just taken aback. I'm just so honored that you would consider me and what I have done. But I did that because I'm grateful. I gave that speech because I'm honored and I'm blessed. And I have to say thank you, but I'm good. I'm good. Thank you very much. And in fact, get ready to go call my wife on the phone right now. Thank you, though, for your considerate offer to make my stay here a little more hospitable. But I'll say thank you, but no thank you. Folks, same risk formula. You can use it in business, you can use it in your personal life. I've used it every day. People call my office all the time. Hey, I got a deal for you. And I have to hear it and I have to say, is this going to help me get to my goals? Or is it going to distract me from my goals? Is this a rabbit that I'm going to chase? That is some new shiny object? Or do I know exactly where I want to go? And I know I got to do certain things to get there. And anything that takes me off that track, I have to learn to say no. Can't do that. You have to take risks, and you have to learn to say no. And there are going to be things you have to say no to in order to hit your goals and dreams. By the way, I hope you all have your goals clear. Speaking of goals, are they clear? Because one of the things of all the successful people I've interviewed on my SiriusXM show, and hundreds of A-listers over the last 14 years, is they talk about how clear they are on their goals, how they stay focused on their goals and dreams. They don't get distracted. They learn to say no to distractions. Well, weapons of mass distraction, as Les Brown likes to say. Weapons of mass distraction that will get you off track. Are you clear on your goals? Have you set your goals? Say, I got a sign right here that said, I'm not just a goal setter, I'm a goal getter. I'm a goal getter. Are you a goal getter? If not, have you hit your goals? Do you have a client plan, a system for hitting your goals? If not, I want to help you. We got a goal setting class that we did a number of years ago now. I think this is the second year since we did it. We did it right before the pandemic. Not knowing the pandemic was coming, but the fact that people in Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, China, Japan, who were followers of mine, who read my books, knew I was having this annual goal setting seminar, had heard about the results of this goal setting seminar, and the fact that many people who had come to the goal setting seminar might have been broke or busted or distracted or off track when they came, but when they left, they were changed. And many of those became billionaires, millionaires, success stories, wrote books, started businesses because they had a system that worked and they worked the system. So I said, I know many of you can't come. They were complaining because they couldn't come. They wanted access. So we recorded it. This was before the pandemic. We went online. We went online on our webcasting before the pandemic and recorded the first one. We were doing them every year in a big ballroom in Washington, and I would never record them. You had to be there or be square. But this time we recorded it, and it was the best one we ever did. And we've had some really good ones. I'll tell a real quick story. Years ago, we did one at the ballroom. A lady was brought to the program who didn't want to come. She didn't think she deserved to come. She said she didn't have a need to come to a goal setting seminar because she didn't have a college education. So she wasn't going to come, but her friends made her come. And she came to the seminar, and everybody else, when I started doing the goal setting exercises, she was just sitting there. I said, why aren't you doing your goal? Oh, I don't have a college education. I said, so what? Did you know that Bill Gates did not finish college? Steve Jobs did not finish college. Many other folks who have been successful. Dave Thomas, who started Wendy's Hamburger, I spoke for him, stayed at his house. He didn't finish college. No, that's not important. Really? So we started working on the goals. And what we did, when we did this seminar every month, we had an ongoing process to do a check-in every month. Well, the next month we did a check-in, and this is for the internet, so we had to physically check in. And so she came back and said, when I went home, they all laughed at me. I told them I was setting goals. I said, people are going to laugh at you until you start becoming successful. And then they're going to say, oh, we knew it all along. Just keep doing it. Really? Yeah, do it. So he kept doing it, came back to third month, fourth month, always something I had to push you on. Fifth month, sixth month, seventh month, she disappeared. By the end of the year, we had a big party. Many people had double their income, triple their income. Some had started businesses, some had written books. Things were going great for a number of them, but she wasn't there. About a year later, though, I get a call in my office one day, and it was her. She said, I'm so sorry, I skipped out, but I was so excited. I had to get busy. I had never heard anything like this, setting goals, the impact it. And I never heard anybody who knew how to do it and help me do it and coach me through it. And I got busy. She said, you gonna be home on Thursday? I said, yes. I want you to turn on the Oprah Winfrey show. What? Yeah, she's doing a special show on millionaires under the age of 40. And I'm being featured. Wow. And your goal setting program helped me get there. So I want to encourage you to go get my goal setting program. Go to williejolly.com/goals. williejolly.com/goals. In fact, it's on a discounted price right now. It's on a discounted price. Go to williejolly.com/goals. Take advantage of it so that you can start to profoundly impact your future and hopefully impact your legacy. So you got to have that vision. You got to take some risk. You got to make tough decisions in this process of success. You got to make some tough decisions. Now, we told you got to decide to sometimes say no. You got to say yes to some things, no to others. You got a formula now to do that. But you also have to say no to negative people. Stop hanging around with them. Don't let them infect you. Coronavirus is bad, and so is negative people. It's bad. They can infect you. Now, the coronavirus can give you maybe a illness or might kill you. And negative people can infect you and give you negative thinking, an illness, and could kill your dreams. So you got to stay away from negative people. Make a commitment. If they're negative and they're discouraging, leave them alone. Now, what do? You say, if they're in your family, they're in your inner circle. I know that. I know that one too. You learn to love them from afar. That's right. You learn to love them. Don't stop loving them. No, but you learn to love them from afar. You let them be negative by themselves. You don't participate in them. When people get crazy, you don't have to be crazy with them. Okay? When people go negative, you don't have to go negative with them. You got to let them be negative by themselves. Just let them be negative. And it's gonna be uncomfortable, by the way, because some of them are going to be in your inner circle. And people who you love. And they actually love you too. And when they tell you you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't achieve this, you can't achieve that, they're not trying to be mean-spirited. No, they just happen to suffer from possibility blindness. No. Leave them alone. Let them be negative by themselves. I want to encourage you to stay positive, to make a commitment to be around positive people. Now, how do you make the decision? Well, part of this is your input. So your input determines your output. Garbage in, garbage out. Good stuff in, good stuff out. Positive in, positive out. Negative in, negative out. If I take a grape and squeeze it, what's going to come out of it? Grape juice. That's right. If I take a grapefruit and squeeze it, put pressure on it, what's going to come out of it? Grapefruit juice. Take an orange and squeeze it. What's going to come out of it? Orange juice. A lemon and squeeze it. What's going to come out of it? Lemon juice. So I take a negative person, squeeze them, put some pressure on them. What's going to come out? Negative. That's why you got to fill yourself up with the pure, the powerful, and the positive, because life is going to squeeze you at some point in time. It's going to be uncomfortable at some point in time. There are going to be some challenges at some point or time. So you got to be prepared for the challenges. You got to dig your well before you're thirsty. You got to fill yourself up with the good, the pure, the powerful, and the positive before you need it, because you're going to need it. Oh, life is going to be, one day, something happens in your life that's going to be challenging. It's going to be difficult. If it hasn't happened yet, just keep living. It's going to happen. One day you're going to lose someone you love. Nobody lives forever. It's got to be challenging. In 2003, I lost my mother, my brother, and my father-in-law in 30 days. My mother, I was a mama's baby boy. I talked to my mama every day. I took a cup of coffee and a sausage sandwich from 7-Eleven every day I was in town. And I talked to her every day. If I was on the road, I'd call her every day. My brother, we are 18 months apart. We're almost like twins. My only sibling. And then my father-in-law, my wife's father, my father died when I was 12. My father-in-law, when I met him, became a surrogate dad, and we became best buddies. He was my mentor, spiritual. He was a pastor. So I lost my mother, my brother, and my father-in-law in 30 days. Overwhelming. But I was able to handle the grief, the pain, the hurt, because I had prepared myself with the pure, the powerful, and the positive. And I gave God glory. I decided to make a decision. I'm gonna give you a little tip when you lose somebody who you love, somebody close to you, somebody who you need in your life, or you relish, and you relish those thoughts and those times. You've got to make a decision. You have to decide, are you going to curse because a rose bush has thorns, or are you going to celebrate because a thorn bush has roses? Are you going to curse because they're gone, Or do you choose to celebrate because they came this way? I made a decision after those deaths that I was going to celebrate. And I eulogized all three of them. And I gave God glory for their life. And I thank God they came my way. They didn't have to come my way. My mama was 42 years old when I was born. My brother was born, she was 40. And when my brother was born back in the 50s, women did not have children in their 40s. So after my brother was born at 40, the doctors told my mother, do not have any more children. You're too old. But thank God mama didn't listen. Thank God she didn't listen. Now I'm here because my mama didn't listen. So, and then my brother, when he was in his teens, 17, 18, he had bought a beat up Ford Econoline van. It was kind of hard to steer. And one day he was out on the highway and the thing was steering funny and it got in the next lane and a big tractor was coming and almost hit him. But he didn't. And he could have been killed that day. I would have not had the next 30 years with him. And my father-in-law, he was kind of not a warm and fuzzy initially, but once we did develop our friendship, he could not have been a better father-in-law. We became best buds. But if I hadn't married his daughter, I would have missed out on all his wisdom. So I was grateful. So you can curse because they're gone or celebrate because they came your way. I encourage you to choose to celebrate. Choose to be grateful. Fill yourself up with the pure, the powerful, the positive. Because one day, everybody going to have a challenge in their life. They're going to have what I call one of the devastating D's of life will come your way. You know what the devastating D's are? Downsizing. I got fired and replaced by a karaoke machine. Disease, a diagnosis, a disaster. You might live in an area where there was a hurricane or a tornado or something like that. Death of a loved one can be distracting. The devastating D's of life. One day, everybody will have some sort of drama. Another D. Drama come your way. You might have a divorce. I don't know what it is. Another D. But I do know that you can get through it. I was speaking one time at an event. Lady came up to me at the end and said, that message spoke to my heart. A setback is a setup for a comeback. I needed that message really bad today because my husband left me after 30 years. I was a homemaker, raised the kids, and then he decided he didn't love me anymore. He left me. I'm devastated. He was my high school sweetheart. I don't know what I'm going to do. I said, let me tell you what you're going to do. You're going to live on. You will not curl up and die. You hear me? You're going to live on. You get this book, Setback, Setup for a Comeback, and you read it, and you make up your mind that the best is yet to come. You will not die. You're going to live a great life, and your best days are still in front of you. She said, really? I said, yes. A year later, that lady reached out to me and said, you were absolutely right. My life has flowered, has blossomed, has bloomed. You are right. I went back and took some classes at a community college, and I learned I had a skill that I didn't know I had to write. I'm writing materials. I've got a great job now. I've met a gentleman who is kind and nice and loving. I've gone to events, and I've got new situations in my life. I've traveled to places I have never gone before. I am so excited about life now. You're absolutely right. Wow. Folks, you got to have that kind of mindset. It's going to change your thinking, change your life, change your future, change your finances, change your focus. So I'm excited about you as part of this CEO conference. We need more CEOs. We need more world changes. A CEO. You know the work of a CEO. You know, one of my mentors told me a CEO's job, their highest job calling is strategic planning and thinking. The highest call a CEO is strategic planning and thinking. It's not the doing. They can get somebody to do it. It's the strategic thinking that goes into the long-term plan. That's what a CEO's and handling the challenges and riding them through, navigating through difficult, changing and challenging times and changing and challenging waters. So as CEOs, you got to make sure you prepare. How do you get your thinking? You remember I said your input determines your output. What are you filling yourself up with? Look at these books all over my office, more here, over there, books everywhere. We got books everywhere. I got books shelves over there. Every room has books in my office, in my home, in the bathrooms. There are books everywhere. Why? Because I realized the input determined the output. So what are you reading? What are you listening to? What are you're ingesting? I want to give you some resources that hopefully bless you. Some of you want to be speakers. Some of you want to start speaking and sharing your gifts and finding a revenue stream there. So you should have multiple revenue streams. I got multiple revenue streams. I got a speaking revenue stream. I got a products revenue stream. I got radio revenue stream, 2 radios, XM radio stream, daily radio, Radio 1 stream. We got television radio streams. We've got marriage events streams. We got a number of streams. We got my own events that we do streams, consulting stream, coaching streams. We got a number of streams, and we got multiple streams working, and then we got streams that I have nothing to do with. We got streams of people who got revenue from real estate and investments and other things. So you want to have multiple revenue streams. Now, what is it going to take to do that? If you want a speaking revenue stream, let me help you with that. We got a speaking course to help you learn how to get your speaking business up and going. It's youcanspeaknow.com. Youcanspeaknow.com. And it was prompted by a conversation I had with Les Brown. We were in Los Angeles. And he said, Willie, some of these folks around here telling people how to speak and trying to get $10,000 or more for a speech, and they charging $20,000 to teach them how to make $10,000. But people say, you know, if I learn to make $10,000, I can do it over and over again. Like this guy come up to me one day. I was in Silver Spring, Maryland. I was going to the bank. And he runs me down. Dr. Jolly, Dr. Jolly. And I stopped. Man, I saw you on TV. I know your face. I said, good, nice to meet you. He said, look, I know you're a speaker. I'm a speaker too. I said, really? That's great. He said, yeah, I got paid $10,000 to give a speech. I said, what? That's fantastic. I applaud you, man. My man. He went in his wallet, he pulled out this Xerox copy of a check. He said, look, it was dated like 8 years earlier. I said, wow, that's great. I said, now, this 8 years ago, how many have you had since then? He said, oh, none. Look, I have had people come up to me and I say, it makes a difference when you can do that every day or every week. You can get those kind of checks every week. That's what Les Brown and I have been able to develop. So we want to teach other people how to do it. So if you want to learn how to make money speaking, now if you want to learn how to speak and just do the act of speaking, you can take a Toastmasters course. Highly recommend it. Toastmasters course. It'll teach you how to speak. But if you want to get paid to speak, go to youcanspeaknow.com. Youcanspeaknow.com. And as Les said, those people are charging $20,000 to get you going. I got one there that will charge you $97. Because I know if I started where I started, when I started, I didn't have $20,000. I didn't have a whole lot of money. All I had was a little bit of money because I was just making a little bit of money. So I understand it. So just go to youcanspeaknow.com. Get the speaking basics. It's called Speaking Basics. A good house has a good foundation of basics. How to do it, how to grow it, how to market it, how to expand it, okay? Do that. Do the goal setting class to help you focus on your goals. Youcanspeaknow.com class. And last thing is you need these resources. You need books and resources. My audio books, my speaking books, all of my products. I want to show you what I recommend you do. Go get my box. Now this is the empty one because now we used to have a little handle, but it got so heavy we had to take away the handle no more. It's the WOW box. WOW box. You can get this. Now, if you go to winwithwillie.com, winwithwillie.com, And all my websites are there. The marriage site, I'm giving you a chapter from the marriage book. With, you can get it right there at winwithwillie.com. We got my youth site, my youth PBS special to motivate your children and your grandchildren and your family members. We got our business site, An Attitude of Excellence. We got williejolly.com site for your personal enrichment. We've got my faith-based site. We got all my sites right there, but there's also, you can get my products right there on that page. Go to the product, I think it's on the top right, click it, go in the site, you'll see the box, click the box, just hit the box. It'll take you to a site where the box is. The box has a price on it, okay? Here's what I want you to do. If you want that box and you're a CEO, I know what it takes to grow a CEO business. I know you need to be mindful of cash flow. You need to make the most of every penny. So if you click that box and you say, I want the box, but I don't want to have to pay that full fee. I want a deal. I need a deal. I got to have a deal. You send me an email and I'll give you a $250 discount just because you're a friend of Trevor Ott's and you want to discount it, $250. So if you'll just go send me an email at info@williejolly.com, info@WILLIEJOLLEY.com. Say, I want the box. One of my folks call you discount because you're a friend of Trevor and you're part of BlackCEO. Okay, so what have you got today? You go and get the, did I give you the Think and Grow Rich book that someone gave me? Go to winwithwillie.com. And when you put that into the, I tell you what, wjwow.com, wjwow.com, you can get a download of the Think and Grow Rich book that changed my life. That book has created more millionaires than any other book other than the Bible. Though my friend Joe Dudley said he's read it 300 times. The first 100 times to get him rich, second 100 times to keep him rich, third 100 times for insurance. Go to wjwow.com. You can get that download. Then go to winwithwillie.com. You can access the Jolly Marriage. Go to Jolly Marriage, get the free chapter. And then you can go also, when you go to Win with Willie, you can also see my products. If you want the box, you can get that, or you can get the bag of books. That's for people who just say, I just need to get started. I don't have much money going, but I need something to increase my thinking. So go to Win with Willie, hit the product, get the bag or get the box, get started. If you want the box, don't buy it at that regular price. Send me an email and we'll get it to you at a discount price. Hey, so I'm gonna close out with this. This has been a great day. I hope you've enjoyed it. I'm gonna close out the fact that we're in this pandemic. And it's been a challenging time for everybody. It's been a distraction to our business processes. But I want you to hear this. My friend Les Brown said something when he was on my XM show recently, and I want y'all to go listen to that interview on my podcast, on Willie Jolly Wealthy Ways podcast. Powerful. Les said there are three types of people going to come out of this pandemic. There are going to be some billionaires, millionaires, and witnesses. Billionaires. They're going to see a job, opportunity, an industry, an organization that didn't exist, but this pandemic created that opportunity, like N95 masks. You didn't have an N95 mask, but everybody wanted an N95 mask now. There's some billionaires being generated right now. Hand sanitizer, billionaires being generated. All sorts of new industries that weren't around, but were created. During tough times, new creation and possibilities come to be. I said uncommon time create uncommon opportunity. So Uber, Airbnb, Facebook were created out of tough times, recessionary times. Look for the billionaire idea. There'll be some billionaires. There'll be some millionaires. People who have a business, a skill, a product, a service that is already there, but they put the pedal to the metal. They poured fuel on the fire in the tough times. They didn't wilt. They didn't act like an ostrich, put their head in the ground. They went in. They went all in, and they pushed it out. And they got the messaging bigger and bolder and greater. They became millionaires because they did what they do, and they did it more. So you got billionaires, you got millionaires, and then you got witnesses. Witnesses. They did nothing new. They didn't grow themselves. They didn't take advantage of this time. They just waited for it to pass. And when it's over, they're going to say, wasn't that something? Man, that was something. Girl, that was something. And that's all they're going to have to show for this time. No, I'm not planning to be a witness. I'm going to be a billionaire or a millionaire. I hope you'll come with me in that journey. And I close with this. I recently was awarded the American Motivation Award for Lifetime Achievement. I keep this here for a number of reasons. I'm grateful for that award, but I got eagles all over my office. There's another one right there. There's one over there. There's another one over there. I got eagles to remind me how to think differently. See, most people are like sheep. They're like ostriches. Sheep get lined up to get slaughtered. Ostriches, in a tough time, they stick their head in the ground and say, wake me when it's over. But the eagle is odd. It's odd. They do something very strange. In the midst of the storm, they take flight. And they fly right into the face of the storm. And they fight through the storm. They struggle through the storm. They work through the storm, and until they get above the storm and they can fly at another level. They at the 3,000-foot level, and they can see the environment now from a panoramic view. They see the whole picture now. Yes, now I see there's a crisis. There's a crisis right here. I see it now. There's a crisis right here. Yeah, I see it now. Oh, but look up the road. Look up the road. There's good up the road. There's good up the road. And what I'm saying to all of you today is this. There's a crisis right here, right now. But there's good up the road. Keep fighting. Keep striving. Keep working. Keep going. Because there's good up the road. Don't stick your head in the ground. Don't stop fighting. Don't stop trying. Just keep moving. Keep growing. And keep going. And you will see that there's good up the road. There's good up the road. You have only just a minute, only 60 seconds in it. It's forced upon you. You can't refuse it. You didn't seek it. You didn't choose it. But it's up to you to use it. You must suffer if you lose it. Give account if you abuse it. Just a tiny little minute. But your eternity is wrapped up in it. It's been a privilege and a pleasure. It's been a treat and a treasure. It's been a joy beyond measure for me to be in your presence, the presence of those who are going to change the world, the CEOs who are going to change this country and change the world. Thank you for letting me spend time with you. It's been my privilege and my honor, and I look to see you soon. Stay in touch. Go to the website, get some of the resources, and keep me updated of your success. I want to maybe have one of you one day on my XM show. When I finish talking to Damon John, I'm going to need to talk to you about how you have become a multi-millionaire or billionaire and how you did it. I look forward to it. Have a great day. This is Dr. Willie Jolly. Keep this in mind. Your best is yet to come. God bless you. Bye.
Good afternoon and welcome. Thank you for taking the time to learn how you can be a networking guru from Tony Harris Taylor of Drastic Results. I'm going to share my screen and we're going to get right into the presentation. I have tons to show you and tell you. So the name of the presentation is Profitable Networking During COVID and Beyond. How you can get drastic results in a virtual world. My name's Tony Harris Taylor. I'm a marketing and sales coach out of Houston, Texas, but my business is virtual. I help my clients all over the world now, and I'm super excited to share with you some of the strategies that I have used to grow my business, as well as to help my clients to grow theirs in this crazy world that we live in. So, March 11th, life happened to all of us. The entire world went into a pandemic. I don't need to tell you that. But what I will tell you is that I make my money through in-person networking and through speaking. Everything that I had on my calendar disappeared. Nobody knew what to do. Nobody knew how long it would last. And I kind of went into a panic. How was I going to sustain my business with the model that I currently use, networking and speaking, in order to move forward in this crazy world with COVID? What I'm going to teach you today are the strategies that I used to be able to move my business forward using networking as the foundation to be able to grow. We all had to go virtual. And if you look at this screen, you were like, I was ugh, right? And you look at the screen, you'll see some people get it and a lot of people didn't. Those with their cameras off, they didn't understand. So we all had to pivot. And I'm going to teach you how I pivoted in order to move my business forward in a very virtual world. So back to who am I? I mentioned at the beginning, I'm a marketing and sales coach, but here's a little bit of my story. In 2012, 11, I launched my business. I was going to be a keynote speaker, speaking all over the world. But I realized I don't like cold calling, hate it. And I figured out I had to start networking in order to grow my business. So I am an international networker. I am an international speaker now. I actually own a networking organization. I love networking so much, I actually bought a franchise around making connections. I'm a marketing and sales coach, and now I'm launching February 1st. It's already launched the TV show Drastic Results with Tony Harris Taylor. And I've run multiple six-figure businesses, including my own as a solopreneur. But I, like you, hated networking too. Now, you might even say, Tony, I don't hate networking. Well, I hated networking. I would go networking, I'd put on my face, I'd comb my hair, I'd have my business cards, as back in the day when we were in-person networking. I'd show up and I'd pass out a bunch of business cards and I'd put them in my purse. I'd get back to my office and I'd wait for the phone to ring. And what I found out is nobody was calling me. I just spent money, time, energy, plus I fixed my face to show up at events and nobody was calling me. Can you relate to that? It's frustrating, to say the least. So I figured there had to be a better way. One day when networking, I met a sales and marketing coach, not me, someone else. And this was back in 2005. And I told her my plight. I said, I really hate this networking thing because it's not working. She says, it's because you're not doing it right. What do you mean I'm not doing it right? She said. I asked her. She said, pay me and I will tell you how to network right. Her price tag was $6,000. That was back in 2005. And I was like, that's a lot of money to learn how to network. She promised me one thing. If you invest in yourself, networking will change your life. And I did it. And it changed my life. I can tell you story after story how networking was the foundation to everything I have in my life today, including my husband. So I want you to listen up because I'm going to teach you some of the things she taught me for $6,000. When March hit, I was like, how am I going to do this? And I decided to buckle down and go back to what I know, the foundation of networking. I'm excited to say I was able to make, since March, well over $100,000 from behind the computer through virtual speaking and virtual networking. Let's look and see how. Now, you might be thinking with networking, I don't know what events to attend. What will I say? I don't look good on camera when it comes to virtual networking. And this looks like where we're going to be for the foreseeable future. So we need to get used to it and stop complaining about it. Or you do show up to events, but you don't know what to do after the event, and you don't know how to turn those contacts into contracts. And I do know how you feel. I had every fear in the book. I had my own resistance. I was trying to figure out how I was going to make this work and keep my business going. So this talk is for you if you're a coach, consultant, pro service provider, a business owner, and you are done with struggling to get clients or customers. You hate cold calling. That's me. I'm not about to pick up that 500-pound phone and make a bunch of phone calls. So if you hate cold calling, then you must learn how to network. You feel that networking is a waste of time, like I did, because you go to events, especially virtual ones, and you don't know how to make real connections after everybody leaves the meeting. And you don't have a method for staying connected with your network. So if any of these bullets fit you, you're in the right place. So what you're going to learn are 5 networking secrets that create a profitable business during COVID and beyond. You're going to learn the number one thing that has stayed the same pre-COVID, after COVID, and into the future, and the number one thing that has changed. Before I get into the content, I want to give you a free gift. I actually have an 8-part video series, Networking Strategies to Turn Your Contacts to Contracts. So pick up your cell phone. You can pause right now. Pick up your cell phone, open a new text message, type 22828, and type the word drastic. It'll come back and ask you for your email address. Go ahead and put in your email address and then check it twice, make sure that it doesn't autocorrect, and then hit send. And before I'm done with this presentation, you will receive your first video in the video series, Networking Strategies to Turn Your Contacts into Contracts. So here's the problem. If you don't learn how to network, you will not be able to get speaking engagements. And I know there's a lot of you all who want to be speakers. You can't get coaching clients. You won't be able to be, you won't be visible. You'll be invisible. And ultimately, you won't make the money that you desire. So it's 2 options, networking or cold calling. You choose. Otherwise, you will not be known, you will not be connected, and you will not get paid. 5 steps to get more clients during COVID and beyond. I hate the stupid mask, don't you? Step number 1, you got to know your target market. But Tony, I can help anybody, everybody, somebody. In that case, your target market is nobody. And because you have no target, you're networking in the wrong places. Let me say that again. Because you have no target, you are networking in the wrong places, in front of the wrong people. And you're not getting the referrals or the connections that you need to get. So the first step is you've got to drill down on your target market. Who do you have an affinity for? Who will buy your product at your price? So make sure that you've done the work around finding out who your target market is and then drilling down on where they are, the organizations and associations that cater to them, and then you can start networking. Step number 2, know who you are and what you do. I cannot stand it when I ask someone at a networking event, virtually or in person, what do they do? And they give me some generic answer. I'm a realtor. I help people buy and sell homes. And so does everybody else. So you've got to be distinguished. You've got to have a solid elevator pitch. And your elevator pitch, write this down, should say who you work with, the 3 problems you solve, and the results that you get. Again, who you work with, your target market, the 3 problems you solve, and the results that you get for that market. Once you know who you are and what you do, it is easy. Either you're chatting it or you're articulating who you are and what you do, so people can self-select if they want to connect with you. But if you're just, I'm a financial advisor, bring me your money, please, nobody wants that. It's not sexy. You got to have a way that make people say, I want what you have. So know who you are and what you do. This is one of my success stories. This is Jasmine. Jasmine is the MVP of my networking organization, Network in Action. She shows up, she connects, she helps people, she knows her target audience, and she's crystal clear on her purpose for networking. Jasmine has connected with our network, and I have been able to help her take her business beyond the 4 borders of Houston, Texas, and grow her business nationally. The key there is that Jasmine knows who she is and what she does, and she articulates it very well. And she's now on track to make 6 figures for the first time ever. Step number 3, you got to be prepared, especially in the virtual world. Here's a few tips for you. Number 1, you got to have a calendar link. You've got to be able to send people to a place where they can connect with you on the spot. You need to have a website or a digital business card, something that explains who you are and what you do. And then you need to be prepared to who you're looking for so that you can private chat them and invite them to do strategy number 4, which is ask for a date. So this is Muncie. Muncie hated networking when I met her. I don't want to network, and she especially hated social media. And she didn't know how she was going to be a speaker. And I worked with Muncie, got her mindset adjusted that she had to be drastic. And let me tell you, now after working with me, she is an international speaker. She does social media. You actually could hire Muncie to do social media. And this is from a girl who did not want to make connections, did not want to network or show people who she was. And now she's running networking events as well. She is amazing, and you should connect with all of these people. One of the things I do best is because I'm a networker and a connector, is I promote my people. So follow her at figrestoration.com. Step number 4, my computer is doing its own thing. Ask for a date. Now, I'm going to talk to the ladies right now. Men, you can listen in, eavesdrop. Ladies, remember when you were younger and you were going to, some of you may be this age, and you go to clubs? Well, we're not clubbing much anymore, but you go out, you meet Mr. Looks So Good. Mr. Looks So Good, you and him have a connection. He takes your phone number, you give him the right one, and then you wait for him to call. And day 1, no call. Day 3, no call. Week later, no call. It's the same thing in networking. When you show up to these virtual events and you put your name in the chat, what do you expect to happen after the event is over? Somebody has to ask for a date. This right here is my $6,000 lesson, asking for a date. But then what do you say on the date? I don't have time to go into all of that because it's not an opportunity to sell. But you want to make connections. So step number 4 is do something after the event, and asking for a date and going on dates are critical to expanding your network. Step number 5 is to start or join a referral networking group. As I told you, I am a franchise owner with Network in Action. The premise of Network in Action is to build relationships to help you to grow. And so this is intentional. Our members are intentional about helping one another to get out their comfort zone, build relationships, and change lives. And I just love it. Find a network in action near you. If there isn't one, talk to me about starting one. This is Miss Val. Miss Val is a part of our networking group, and in 90 days, she has 10x her business, gotten 45 introductions because she shows up, and she is doing amazing. She's a copywriter. She's my copywriter, and she's amazing. But it's all because she invested in being a member of our referral network. So find a referral network and join that networking group. They are there to help you to grow. So the one thing that has stayed the same is that you have to show up. Not only do you have to show up, you got to turn your camera on. You have to have good energy. You have to put your face on, ladies, comb your hair, gentlemen, and act like you are there to connect with people. Then you have to follow up. And if you do these three things, you're sure to blow up. Now, one thing that must change is you must become a master networker and connector. Otherwise, you will stay invisible. If you're not going to make phone calls, cold calls, then networking is the only way that you can grow your business. You must learn the strategies to become a master networker. This is Jamise. Jamise is, I call her my little mentee. Jamise is a part of Network in Action. She's coaching with me, and she didn't believe in networking. Her mother pushed her out the nest and made her come to one of my events, and it's literally changed the trajectory of her business and her life. So showing up is critical, and it starts with going out there and finding the right events that cater to your target market. So bonus tip, you got to learn to put this together in a way that's going to work for your business. And in a second, I'm going to tell you how I can help you to do just that. Your networking matters, whether it's live or virtual. If you do it, you can get noticed. If you don't, you won't. If you do it, it can fill your events. If you don't, you won't. And if you do networking the right way, it can fill your bank account. And if you don't, it won't. So you have a choice. This is Nikki. She had the same choice. Nikki did not like networking. And in fact, after 1 year in my networking group, she was not going to renew. She said networking is not working for her. After really embracing what I taught her, she is now, and you'll hear from her later, she is now growing her business. She is speaking. She is now my suite mate. She is doing set design for television shows because she embraced networking. Networking changes lives. So I use in-person and virtual networking to fill my webinars, get speaking opportunities, to close more clients. Do you? If you don't, I want to give you an opportunity to connect with me and help you to become a networking guru. So a recap, you got to identify your specific niche and where to find them. You got to know who you are and what to do and have a killer elevator pitch. You got to use technology, virtual business cards, calendar links. You got to ask for a date. Nothing happens. Nobody marries anyone without the first date. You get no referrals without the first date. Ask for a date and start or join a referral networking group. What happens if you don't take these steps? You'll stay invisible. You won't make the impact you want. You don't make the income you want. And you spend your life watching other people's lives go by, and you really aren't here for that. So real quickly, go to meetwithtonyharristaylor.com. This is a screenshot of the page. Let's just have a free conversation. Let's talk about networking. Let's talk about your target marketing. Let's talk about you speaking. All those things are what I teach my clients. Schedule your profitable networking success strategy call, and let's see if I can help you. People typically pay $1,000 for these sessions. I'm offering it to this family for free, but I can only do 5. So make sure that you get registered, and I will talk to you soon. Here's one more success story. This is Jackie. She's an introvert by nature, very analytical, but she went from $1 million in real estate business to $4 million, and she attributed it to my coaching as well as networking. So thank you so much for the opportunity. Meet with TonyHarrisTaylor.com. Let's connect. I'm a connector. The worst thing that can happen is I know you better and I might send you a referral too. Bye.
Once again, my friends, this is Robert Antoinette, and I see that you are still here. And you're here because you've gotten value. You've got some gems and some nuggets from Tiffany and also from the great Myron Golden. Well, if you've gotten any value out of anything you've seen or heard so far, here's what I want you to do. I want you to share this broadcast on your page. In addition, I want you to tell one of your friends about the greatness that's happening here. This is BlackCEO's premier event, Iconic. And I want you to be black and iconic and share this out to someone who needs to benefit from this information, because this time and this moment may impact someone in a real and a relevant way. Here at BlackCEO, we believe that 1 + 1 is cooperation, but 1 and 1 is #11 collaboration. And we want to make sure that if you're a black entrepreneur, that you're collaborating, that you're helping to expand your network by sharing information. There's enough food for all of us to eat, and there's enough wealth to go around for you, and you. So do the right thing and make sure that you're sharing this out and telling a friend. So if you're watching thus far, we're going to keep this party rolling. And up next is one of my super friends, Dr. Barrett Matthews. And then shortly after that, we're going to have a panel discussion with JJ Conway, where he's going to help you, watch this, tell you to have your most profitable year ever. Whoa. Now, what does that mean? Many of you are making sales. Many of you are generating revenue. But how many of us at the end of the day, after all of our expenses, have profit? Well, I want to make sure that you tune in and listen to the panel, because JJ Conway has some tools that can help you to advance your business and help you to operate in a profitable way. So, as I said to you earlier, this is going to be an action-packed, power-filled day. And you need to be tuned in from beginning to end so you don't miss anything that we're sharing. For all of my friends who want to take advantage of being a part of the BlackCEO movement, you can join the BlackCEO by going to www.joinblackceo.com. I wanted to look down and make sure that I had it right. Join this powerful network. Join this powerful movement. President Trevor Otts, he wants to make sure that you get the benefit of this information so that you're able to #elevate, collaborate, and grow. So go to www.joinblackceo.com. There is no cost, there is no pressure, but there is a benefit to being a part of this body of powerful black entrepreneurs, black CEOs, and black wealth. So go out and join www.joinblackceo. And then there's some of you who want the swag, you want the merch. Well, I want you to go over to www.blackceotshirts.com. www.blackceotshirts.com. Pretty simple, huh? If you go there, you can get your t-shirts in black, you can get your t-shirts in white, whatever merch is there. Make sure that you support black business. Make sure that you represent and allow your #Black Excellence to be on full display for the world to see. So go out and check www.blackceotshirts.com. www.blackceotshirts.com. I love the fact that you are here, and I hope to see you on the other side. Now, I want each and every one of you to watch this.
Hello, everybody. This is Dr. Barrett Matthews. I am so excited for you guys because you're going to get some great information that I found out that can help you. That's right. I want to help you. I want to help you to become a media boss. And you're probably asking yourself, well, what is a media boss? I don't know what a media boss is. Well, I'm going to explain all of that to you. But my question to you is this. Do you have a business? Do you have something that you want to get out to people? Have you been doing things and they haven't been working for you? Did you want to earn money with your business? Did you want to help people with your business? Well, I'm here to help you to do that. I'm going to share my screen with you guys, and I want you to take note to some of the things that I'm going to go over today. So I want to tell you the one thing that everybody may think, but they don't know, and that is this. Nobody cares what you think. And I know that shocked a lot of people. I know that might have stepped on a few toes there. Well, I tend to do that. Well, I want to tell you, nobody cares what you think until you become a media boss. That's right. Until you become a media boss. You want to be that person that people come to get their information, to get their knowledge, and they want it coming from you because you are the media boss. Now, I want to tell you, there are a lot of trappings when it comes to media. And a lot of the trappings, what I mean by that is this. A lot of people want the fame. They want the prestige. They want the glory. They want people to sing their name and praise them for all the great things that they've done. But that is really not what being a media boss is about. That's really not what it's about. It's not about the accolades. It's not about the praise. It's not about the adoration of raving fans because they love you so much. No, that's not what it's about. It's really about you controlling what goes on around you. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, it's a couple of things I want to say on that topic. You can be one of those people that focuses on being seen. That's the problem with most business people today. They want to be seen. They want to be famous. Have you heard of someone being Facebook famous? They're known on Facebook, but they're not making any money. How does that sound? Sound familiar? Sound like someone you know? Hopefully it doesn't sound like you. But that's the problem with a lot of today's entrepreneurs. They want to be seen. They want to be famous. They don't care about any type of business acumen or business control or revenue coming in. But as long as so many likes come to my page, by golly, I'm happy. That's what happens with a lot of people. Remember, guys, nobody cares what you think and nobody cares who you are. Nobody cares who you are. I want that to resonate. As much as you think they do, nobody cares who you are until, you guessed it, guys, until you become a media boss. Think about it. People are caring who you are not because you are seen on camera, not because you have a blog, not because you have a book, not because you have a documentary, not because you have a radio show, not because you're on Clubhouse, not because you're on Facebook Live, not because you're on Instagram, not because you are out there in the public eye, but because you are controlling what happens. Man, think about that. That's what becoming a media boss is about. So when you look at this person here, some of you may be thinking, who is that? Because you're a little younger, but many people may know who this is. This is MC Hammer. Hammer, don't hurt him. Back in the day, back in the 90s, oh, he was hot. I mean, he was hot. He was a mega millionaire because he managed to capture the minds, the audience all over the world, and he was making money hand over fist, dancing and rapping on stage. But there's a price to fame. That's right, there's a price to fame, because some of you still out there, no matter what I say right now, you want to be famous. And I'm trying to tell you that being famous is not what you need. Hammer paid the price of fame. He had hundreds of millions of dollars and went bankrupt. That's right, he went bankrupt because the business part of it was not his focus. The business part of it was not what he kept at the forefront. The business part of it was not even really important to him as much as being liked, as being seen, as being heard. He had a quote unquote entourage around him. And that entourage wanted to be kept looking good too. They wanted to be taken care of as well. They wanted to be seen just like Hammer was. So Hammer, being the one with the money, being the one with the prestige, being the one with the power, what did he do? He took care of that entourage like many of you would do. He made sure that they looked good because he was looking good. He made sure that they were happy because he was happy. Understand this, guys. On your road to success, you can't concern yourself with whether the people who are riding along are happy. They have to create their own happiness. So what Hammer did by creating happiness for them, he created misery for himself. Because what happened was he ended up losing that money. He ended up losing a lot of that fame, that prestige, that honor, that glory. And then Hammer was just another guy that we used to know that was famous. Now, don't get me wrong. He can still get people interested in the fact that he was Hammer, but now he's just Stanley Burrell. Because that character of Hammer, of MC Hammer, it doesn't bring in money anymore. It doesn't. So do you want to be Hammer in your business? Do you want to be the person that everybody says, oh yeah, I remember seeing them, they were great to look at, they were great to listen to, they were great to read. But what are they doing now? Do you want to be that where are they now person? I would hope not, because I would hope that you would want to control some things. You know who this person is? Big media figure, huge media figure. That's Oprah Winfrey when she was younger. Oprah developed a skill on news stations for interviewing people. She perfected that skill, so much so that she took that skill onto having her own show, the Oprah Winfrey Show. You all remember the Oprah Winfrey Show? It was dynamically successful. It was shown all over. People wanted to be on the Oprah Winfrey Show. That was it. That was the ticket. When you made it on Oprah, you made it. You instantly got fame just from being on Oprah's show. Oprah was a huge, huge media figure. Now you hear me saying was, right? You hear me saying she was, and I know you're saying, well, Barrett, whoa, whoa, whoa. Oprah still is a huge media figure. And I'm going to disagree with you. That's right. I'm going to disagree with you that Oprah is no longer a huge media figure. And that is not an insult to Oprah. So don't get mad. Don't get ready to fight me because of that. By me saying that Oprah is no longer a huge media figure, what I'm saying to you is that Oprah has changed herself from being a media figure to a media boss. Oprah is a media boss now. Oprah has the own TV network. Oprah has Harpo Studios. Oprah has O Magazine. Oprah is dealing with the media in so many different ways. She is controlling how things are done. So I'm going to ask you, would you rather be this Oprah or would you rather be this Oprah? Because I'm going to tell you that when you can ask Oprah, she's going to tell you she'd rather be this Oprah. She'd rather be the one with the own network that makes TV shows, that produces TV shows all over the place so people can watch all these different shows and they go, where are they? They're on the own network. Cha-ching. That's right. It's cha-ching for Oprah. Would you rather be the Oprah that says, hey, I got a movie And I think I want to put it through the studio. Well, what studio is it coming out of? Harpo Studios. Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Oprah can do that. Would you rather be the one that says, you know what, I'm going to be featured in a magazine? Which magazine is it? It's the O magazine. Oh, cha-ching again. Or would you rather be a media personality, just have everybody look at you? Have everybody say your name? See, I'm going to tell you one thing. I'm absolutely certain there was a time in Oprah's career, and I've never met Oprah, I've never had a conversation with her, but I'm sure that there was a time in Oprah's career when she was focused on being seen, when she wanted everybody saying her name, when she wanted everybody reading her name, when she wanted everyone talking about what she's doing, who she's interviewing, who's on her show. But I guarantee you now, Oprah is more focused on that bottom line because she's built herself into a boss where she doesn't need to be seen. She needs to make sure what's seen is an increase in profits. She needs to make sure what's seen is more of an outreach for her businesses. She needs to make sure what is seen is a presence of her business, of her footprint that can be unmatched. You have to get to that point. You have to aspire to get there. It's not going to happen overnight, but you need to focus on not becoming so much of a media figure, but becoming a media boss. Now let's talk about that further. What does a media boss mean? Because I know you're saying, Barrett, we keep hearing you say that, but I'm not really getting it because I'm not Oprah Winfrey. No, you don't have to be Oprah Winfrey, but you can still be a media boss. What you want to do is control what is written. Do you have a book? Do you have a blog? Do you have people that are interested in what you're writing? You can control that. This is a different world now. You actually can control what is written about you, about your business, about your industry. You can actually put things out there and control what is actually written. I mean, that's a powerful statement, and I hope you guys are understanding that. It's powerful. That you actually have the control to make that happen. You can also control what is seen. Now, you can actually take the device that is in many of your hands or your pockets right now, which is your cell phone, and you can actually start a video. You can interview people. You can actually do a TV series, a YouTube series. You can actually create a movie. There are people that shoot movies on their phone. You can do that as well. You can have your own television network now, not just a TV show. You can actually have your own television network online. You can do that now. Things are much, much different than they used to be. I'm telling you that because a lot of us are stifling our creativity, stifling our productivity because we are in that box that we used to be in, thinking that things are out of our control. You can actually go out and create your own documentary. You can go into certain areas as the press and shoot documentaries that can actually put yourself on the map. And you can control it, you can direct it, you can produce it, you can write it, you can do all of that yourself. This is becoming a media boss. But don't let that stop you. No, you can control what is heard. I have become known as a podcast guru because I have not only been on podcasts, I have hosted podcasts, I have produced podcasts, I have directed podcasts. I studied them. I've done that for radio shows. I've hosted radio shows, I've produced them. And I'm not saying that to brag on me, I'm telling you that because you can do the same thing. Whatever area of interest you have, you can start a podcast right now. You've probably heard people on the app Clubhouse. They have taken that and turned it into their forum to control what is heard. Why aren't you controlling what is heard? Why aren't you becoming the media boss in that arena? If you're a singer, if you're an artist, you can control what is heard. Stop waiting on these record companies to recognize you. You go out and prove it to them what you're made of. Make your own way. Stop relying on other people to control what is around you. You have the control. You can control who is talking about you. Social media is your ally if you use it correctly. Control your brand. See, here's the thing about a brand. People don't understand this. Your brand is not what you say about yourself. Your brand is what other people say about you. But you have control in that. When you take your fingers in the middle and make a little arch on both ways, it makes that M, you automatically can think about McDonald's. Well, guess what? McDonald's built that brand in your head to make you think of them. That is a brand. You can control that for yourself and your business based on your marketing strategy of how you put your business out there. How are you marketing it? How are you putting your business out there to make people think of you, to think that they need what you have to offer, whatever that may be? How are you doing that? You can control how they're talking about you. Social media, man, you got all of these different apps. You got Facebook, you got Instagram, you got TikTok, you got Twitter, you got LinkedIn, and so many more that you can utilize to put yourself out there and control who is talking about you. Become the media boss. Use social media as your friend, as your ally. You have that control. Control how you are paid, man. Woo! Did I strike a nerve there? Did I strike a nerve? I hope I did, because that was the goal. The goal was to strike a nerve of controlling how you are paid. Now, why should that have stricken a nerve? Well, because here's the thing. Right now, too many people in this world are waiting for other people to let them know how they're going to get paid. And they're waiting. Oh, I hope they pay me today. I'm waiting on this thing to come through so I can get paid. I need to put this out so I can get paid. Why don't you have a continuity system that you can control, that lets people know that this is what happens, this is how they get it, they got to pay right now if they're going to get it? Why don't you have that? Why aren't you sitting at home chilling while people are paying you? You can do that when you're the boss. You can do that when you become a media boss. It can be done by anyone. Anyone can become a media boss. You just have to make up your mind that that's what you're going to do. Does this guy look familiar to anybody? Anybody know who this person is? Some of you may, few of you may. I can guarantee that most people don't know who this guy is. His name is Sergey Brin. That still didn't strike a nerve to anybody. Sergey Brin. Some of you say, I know the name, but I can't think who is Sergey Brin. Well, actually, funny thing about it, this gentleman went to my high school. He went to my high school. Now, he was a little younger than me, so I was there before him, but he went to my high school. Now, he's the founder, the co-founder, actually, of a little company you all may have heard of before. It's called Google. Yeah. Sergey Brin went to my high school, co-founded Google. And that's inspiring to me because it makes me think, man, he's from the same area I'm from, and he created Google. You know what it makes me say? I can do something even greater. Why aren't you thinking that? But Sergey Brin, what he did by creating Google, guess what he did? He became a media boss. He became a media boss. And if you don't think Google is media, then you haven't been paying attention, because they own YouTube. They own YouTube. YouTube is media. If you haven't been paying attention, Google owns a lot of things that you participate in, and that makes them a boss in that arena. Look about these people. That first lady on the left there, that's Blair Perry Oakenden. She is one of the people in the Cox family, Cox Media. Yeah. How about Kathy Hughes? You know Kathy Hughes, television, radio, print. How about that guy, Mark Zuckerberg? You know him? Yeah, you know him. Right below Mark Zuckerberg, is a gentleman who is a media mogul in Africa. That's right, in Africa. He is a media mogul. Then, of course, you got Mr. Bloomberg there. You've heard the Bloomberg report. That's a lot more media. And then you see that group of people there on the bottom left. There was a TV show back in the 70s. Now, many of you may not remember. It was in the 70s and 80s. It was called Real People. Real People. And the star was the lady in the middle there. Her name was Sarah Purcell. She was the star of the show, and they had all these different people that did different stories, and she hosted that show. But that gentleman there, the African-American gentleman there, guy named Byron Allen, he was a stand-up comic, a young stand-up comic and comedy writer who went on to become a media boss. He now owns several television shows, several television networks. The man owns the Weather Channel. He decided he didn't want to be a media personality anymore, and he decided to become a media boss. I'm telling you this because you have that same power. You have that same control. So the bottom line is this. It's time for you to control your story. You can have people write about you, and they can do the once upon a time there was you, and tell it their way, the way they view how your story should go. How many of you know what I'm talking about? When they don't really know what really went into your story. You can do that by letting them control the narrative, letting them be the media boss, and you just be a pawn in their game. Or you can control the narrative. You can look dead in the mirror as you see here and tell your story the way your story is supposed to be. Understand this. The people out there who you need to know are out there. The people who need to know you are out there. But they're not going to get out there until you let them know what's going on and what you're capable of doing in this world. Understand, if you don't do that, nobody is going to care. Nobody. Until you become a media boss. I am Dr. Barrett Matthews. I want to thank you for joining me here. I look forward to working and seeing all of you grow and becoming media bosses for yourself.
Hi, my name is Antoinette, and I hope that you're ready to have a dynamic conversation about your personal magic. I want to tell you a little bit about the type of people we are. We are a powerful people. Collectively, we have the power to start and we have the power to stop. We have the power to hold the world around us in place or move it to make historical change. We can work together to build it up, and when it's time, we definitely will come together to shut it down. We're thought leaders, influencers, trailblazers, and as a whole, we can fall down and bounce right back every time, stronger than ever before. But individually, there's a connect. There's a particular hole that many people allow their own to fall into without any clue or any help climbing out. So I want to share a little story about that, what it looks like. In 2018, I was hired to work for one of the most prestigious companies in its industry, a Fortune 500 company. I didn't know what to expect. I went in there just to do a good job and to relax and enjoy the perks. Once I got a feel for what I was doing, I started to become a resource for skill and for advice. And people that I'd never met would come and find me and ask me questions about how to resolve issues and how to move forward on projects. I was being called in to train team members. I was being asked to get on projects to resolve different tasks because they know me for doing a good job and doing a dynamic job and for doing it very well. And as things progressed, I started to become known in other countries. And I was on the phone with people in Latin America and Southeast Asia, in the Middle East, and these same professionals would come and fly in from wherever they're at because they had been, because they were impressed. And they wanted to come and meet me and get to know me better. And I was having so much fun doing this work that I enjoyed and making all of these great connections that I really had no clue that my professional life wasn't as great as I thought it was, until one day a man from Switzerland came in for a management team meeting, and he had specifically asked for people in the office to introduce us because he wanted to see this person that he'd worked with and know a little bit more about her. And when we met, he he immediately started asking me questions. Well, what's your background? What's your ethnicity? And where are you from? And how long have you been in the industry? And how long have you known all this information? And I want to say he even threw a vocabulary question in there because it just seemed like I was reciting my resume. He was working really hard to figure out if I knew all of these things that I said I did. And he was so surprised that all of this was coming from someone like me. And as we worked together over the next 2 months, he would always make a comment and say, wow, your work is so impressive. It's really hard to believe. And so all of this, it was very confusing to understand his comments and why it was important for him to make them. So when it came time to review the work that I'd accomplished and get paid, the feedback that I received was that your work is very impressive. You've done a really good job for us, but we feel that you haven't worked up to your true potential. We feel that there's something missing and that you maybe need to look into what more you could do in order to function at your true potential. This was a little heartbreaking because I really believed that I'd put my best foot forward and that I was having so much fun. There's no possible way that I could be functioning at a lesser capacity than what I was experiencing. And I couldn't understand how they would make such a comment after all of the work that and all of the fun that I had experienced. So I want to ask you, when is the last time someone said to you, you need to live up to your full potential? When is the last time someone asked you, do you know your worth? Or they said to you, you don't know your worth? I want to tell you that I heard this several times over the course of my career to the point where it's become a pattern. And so we're going to discuss throughout this conversation why it is what it is, and what it is about you that people may see as missing potential, and how to find it and how to utilize it, or make it clear that this conversation about my potential, about my worth, will end. And it will end for you and for anyone else that you come across throughout your daily life. We are flawed people. We are human beings, flawed people who are capable of doing powerfully great things. And in that, we need to ask ourselves, if we do these powerfully great things, then how could we possibly not be functioning at our true potential? So let's talk a little bit about what potential is not. Potential is not money, confidence, commitment, passion, perseverance, perfection, or any of the things that you see on this screen. So we're trained to believe that that's what potential is. It, in fact, is not. We're going to talk next about some of the signs of untapped potential. What are the behaviors that these people who make this claim see in us that we're unaware of, so that we can make the change and end the conversation about our worth? The first is hidden talent or raw talent. This is a natural aptitude, a natural skill, something that comes to us when we wake up in the morning. We don't think about it. We don't give second thought. We just do it. And oftentimes, because it's a natural part of us, we don't use it responsibly. We don't have a respect for it. And people can see that. We may use it for fun. We use it for friends. We'll entertain. We'll use it to grab attention because it's just that second nature for us. This might be singing a song, maybe writing a really beautiful Christmas card. It could be decorating, organizing, or maybe comedy, anything that is a natural talent. And we use it kind of willy-nilly. We also could use it for work and do just enough to get by, just enough to get paid. So it shows up as inconsistencies, careless use, and a manager might say to you, you know, if you applied yourself just a little bit more, then this probably would be an outstanding work product. You know, if you just gave just a little bit, if you just cared just a little bit more, then I might be able to give you credit that you deserve. It could be in school. You're doing an assignment and you're constantly getting feedback from professors that are saying, this, you could do so much better, or you need to go back and try again, or you need to apply yourself more, or you need to do some more research. After you feel like you've expended so much of yourself, put so much of yourself forward, right? Go back and do it again. You don't celebrate it because it's second nature to you. It's part of who you are. If it's not in your nature to celebrate yourself for doing something as simple as brushing your teeth or combing your hair, then you're not going to celebrate this God-given talent. But people can see it. People can see it. Some of us can see it a mile away. Some of them make it a business to recognize that kind of talent. So someone like Berry Gordy, who is out there looking for someone who's just singing for fun, for enjoyment, for laughter, for friends, for love, he knew that that talent could be harnessed and used to build an iconic legacy of music. And that's what he went on to do throughout his career. So you have to think about, what are these talents that I have that people are always looking to me for? What kind of resource am I to people? What is it that they're always pulling from me? And then once you realize what that is, then you'll notice that you offer free and unlimited access to whatever those talents are. You're not giving any kind of restrictions in time, no it's free commitment. Somebody can use your talent to get what they want, you know, and that looks like, hey, you know what? I know that you're good at this. Come with me because I need to do whatever this thing is. And if you do it, then I'll get credit for it. They'll tell you how to use your talent to make them money. They'll barter your talent. They'll promise somebody because they know you. They're a close friend. They know that you'll do it simply because they ask you to, right? And they'll say, oh, well, you know, Joe is going to come and he's going to do this great song for you or whatever. And then it'll make him look good. It'll, you know, but without really giving any consideration to Joe, the use of his talents or any other kind of consideration for him. So in that, you're leaving money and opportunity on the table when you allow people to use your talent in that way. It can also look like disguised volunteering, right? People know that they can call you and contact you when they need to use you for whatever their function is, for however long they need to use you for, as long as they give you the impression that you're doing this from the kindness of your heart and you're helping people and, you know, it's a good cause. So you're willing to give unlimited time, unlimited access, and not really think about, not take into consideration the energy that you expend, the resources that you expend, or the concept of replenishing that in any way. And there's also two unbalanced exchanges that somebody can offer you something that they know you enjoy, like Starbucks, or maybe they're going to watch your kids, or, maybe they're going to take you shopping, or maybe they're going to, put gas in your car. Those things are not comparable. They're not measurable in terms of the gift that you give or the time that you expend giving your gift for whatever it is that they need you for. People who expect really good service or complete transformation from your gifts, from what you have to offer, will always show up prepared to pay in full. They'll always have a plan to compensate you, whether it be money or time or replenishment in some type of way. But because it's second nature to us, because we don't celebrate ourselves, because we don't think twice about it, we don't look for that. What happens instead is that we fall for the okie doke. And this is what it used to sound like for me. People would offer me things in exchange for my gift. I'll buy you Starbucks. I'll take you out to dinner, or I'll buy you food on the way home. I'll put gas in your car. I'll buy toys for your kids. Anything other than actual cash money. And they'll say, oh, you have such a good heart and you're so generous. And they'll just thank you tremendously, but ultimately thank yous and good feelings won't pay the bills. They'll say things like, you should really be getting paid for this. As long as they're not the ones paying you, they're giving you advice. You really should be getting paid for this. You're doing such a good job that you really should turn this into a business, just as long as you don't charge them. And of course, if you do a good job for me, I'll be sure to refer you to someone and then they'll pay you. Because again, the idea is for them not to pay you, but for someone somewhere off into the future will pay you. And then another thing I would get is, if you help me get this job and make this money, I'll pay you once I get paid. Again, I want to pay you, or you should get paid, but I'm not the one that's going to pay you. And so another behavior that causes people to see us as untapped potential is that they'll speak up for you and your business because you're unable to answer questions about your talent. You haven't really researched it. You haven't really harnessed it. So there's a lot of questions that you haven't really thought about or looked into. So you're unable to answer, or you're hesitant to answer questions about your talent or business. And it's a sign that you just really aren't tapped into what it is that you truly can do. And so you'll receive responses that diminish or belittle who you are and what you do. And so if you try to describe what you do, let's say, for example, your transportation coordinator, for some reason, oh, you just make deliveries, or you talk to people on the phone and, you do sales, oh, you're just customer service. And, for somebody who works in the financial industry, right, you help people buy homes and build, oh, you just do real estate. It's not all that. You don't make it too much. You really overstepping it, right? People in your circle will even go so far as to mispronounce your business name or misidentify your services. People will say to me, oh, her business name is emoji or something, whatever. And she just helps people with her websites, when ultimately it's a lot more than that. It's definitely a whole different side of that, not anything close to what it is that they share about me. Some other things, my dad, he never really truly understood what I did, and I didn't speak up about it. And he would tell people, oh, she's just a secretary. I have friends, if you ask them, they'll say, oh, she does resumes. And some other people will say, oh, well, she does taxes. Some people will say, well, I don't know what she does, but I just know she makes a whole lot of money doing it. Some people say, oh, well, she's got a job, but I really don't ever see her go to work. And then other people will say, well, she don't know what she does. She thinks she's important because they got her talking to people in China, but whatever, right? You really have to think about how you sound when you talk to people about who you are and what you do, because if it doesn't come forward, they'll tell you who you are and they'll make it up as they go along, or whatever. They'll put you in whatever box they want to put you in until you tell them otherwise. So now I'm going to represent the question to you, right? I've given you these behaviors that you possibly could exhibit to people when they tell you you don't know your worth. Now that you're aware, what things are you hearing in your head? What's going on in your mind, in your body when you hear the statement? What emotions come forward for you? Well, let's talk about the 4 common emotions that happen when you hear the statement. Confusion is first. What do you mean I don't know my own potential, or I need to step up into my potential? What do you mean I don't know my worth? What does that even mean? And then the second emotion is denial. You can't tell me about me. You can't tell me I don't know what I'm doing. You can't tell me I don't know about myself. What makes you think that you have the ability to tell me about me? And then you start overthinking. You start doubting yourself. Well, why would they say something like that? What did they see about me that made them say that? Maybe I need to change the way that I dress. Maybe I need to come up with a new look. Maybe I need to, I used to have a friend where no matter what I said to her, I would talk to her, I would explain to her, I would describe to her, and her reply would say, well, you have dust on your shirt. Let me brush that off for you. Or your lipstick is not put on straight. Maybe you need to clean that up. Or you know what, your foundation doesn't match. It's not blended in all the way. You need to go fix that. And it's like, did you hear anything that I said? At all I said, that was all that you got out of it? Really? Right? So you start overthinking. After you start overthinking, the next thing you do is you start overworking. Well, I'm going to work harder. I'm going to work longer hours. I'm going to get to work early, and I'm going to knock all of this stuff out so that way they can't say nothing. There's no way they'll be able to see that I'm not functioning at my true potential. And so you end up in this bubble. You start to protect yourself because you've got all of these, different comments, all this judgment coming at you. You put yourself in a bubble and you stay there. And as long as you stay there, it's nice. You don't have to hear it. You don't have to think about it. You just get to do what you do. And I just want to work and go home. I just want to work and go home. I just want to do a good job. I don't want to hear that I'm not doing a good job. I don't want anybody to look at me long enough to tell me that I'm not doing what I know I'm doing. And so you end up in a comfort zone. And I'm here to tell you that the root cause of untapped potential is failure to leave the comfort zone. It's nice in there. Why should you leave? Why should you subject yourself to all of these different conditions and people who have something to say about what it is that you do and who you are, right? You know what you're doing. You know everything about yourself. There's no need for you to share yourself, so you stay in the comfort zone. But that's the root of untapped potential. That's what people are seeing in you. You don't want to come out. And so what is the key, right? Because the whole point of this is that we want to stop the conversation. We want to end the conversation for you and end the conversation for anybody that you come across. Never again. Well, the key is vulnerability. Right? The willingness to to show up and be seen in the world exactly as you choose to be, with no guarantee of outcome. What if you could wake up and be yourself and not have a single care about who's watching you, not have a single care about what anybody has to say, and you do a great job. You do what you know how to do. You do your best. You put yourself forward and take it or leave it. It's just who I am. It's just what I do, right? And so when you you come out of your comfort zone and you remove yourself from any type of judgment or any kind of external feedback that could come back that's contrary to who you are and what you do, then you'll start to see yourself appear a lot stronger. So now we can talk about the powerful actions that tap into your potential. These 4 actions that you practice daily on a regular basis to stop this conversation. So the first thing that you need to do in order to tap into your potential is to get clear on what you want. Stop using words like something, anything, everything. When people ask you, what do you do? I do everything. Well, what do you want to do? I don't know, something. Well, what can you do? Well, I can do anything I put my mind to. I can do whatever I want, right? And someday maybe I will. And when I do, I'll always do it. And I'll never stop it. Never. And I can do it whenever I want, wherever I want. These words are promise, unfulfilled promise, right? Of course, we are who we are. We can, the possibility is everywhere, every day, everywhere. But at some point, we have to nail it down. We have to choose. We have to make a decision. And with the same power that we use, right, to make history, to make a legend, to protest, those same voices that we use to accomplish those things are the same voices that we can use to make a decision. We get to choose. You get to choose exactly what it looks like. You get to choose what it will be. You get to choose when it will be. You get to choose what it will look like. You get to choose how it happens. You get to choose how long it will happen. And you get to choose how it will turn out. And so with that power, what could you possibly accomplish? The next thing you do is to speak powerfully about who you are and what you do. You are the backbone of you and your business, right? No one should be able to tell you about anything you do in business. Nobody should be able to tell you what you look like, where you're going, or anything. Nobody has the ability to tell you about that because you know better than they do. Right? But if you know better than they do, then you need to speak up and tell them exactly what it is. It's transparency, right? Know your numbers. If you're in business for yourself, you say, my name is Antoinette Clay. I am in public relations. My business has a value of $150,000 and I employ 4 people. And, any facts about your business, if you're transparent with those facts and you share them openly and powerfully, who's going to argue with you? Right? How many times have you heard people say, you can't tell me about me? Exactly. And that's exactly what it is. Can't nobody tell you about you as long as you're powerfully stating that's who you are and that's what you do. Know your offer. Everybody who works with me makes money. Everybody who works with me has a 15 to 25% increase in their revenue, in their connections, and their overall exposure to the business environment. Period. Who's going to argue with that? Unless you've had a different experience or unless you work with me, there's no way for you to argue about that. And you end the explanation. That is my final answer. If you want to know more about me, go to my website, make an appointment for a consultation. There's no need for me to stand here and rattle off everything about myself and everything that you want to know. I didn't wake up in the morning for that. That's not what I woke up in the morning for. I woke up to run my business and make my money. And in the backtracking back talk, when people come to you and they'll say, well, what do you do? Well, what I used to do was this. And then when I went to school, I studied that. But today, no, that ends. We didn't ask for all of that. And it's really not anybody's business to discuss that. If they really want to know that about you, they can read the autobiography. They can read the book on your legacy after you've made your millions and changed the world. But right now, in this very moment that we're having this conversation, it's not applicable. I told you what I do. I told you who I am. And I told you where you can find more information out about me. That's the end of the conversation. Establish and maintain your boundaries. Reclaim your time. Auntie Maxine was right. Reclaim your time. The less time you spend explaining to people who you are and what you do, and the less time that you spend giving yourself away, you'll find that you have more time for yourself and more time for those cash generating activities that you need to be doing. You guard your knowledge, you guard your availability, because your time is precious. But a lot of times we feel the need to, well, we're doing this out of the kindness of our hearts, or we're doing a favor. That has to end, because we don't get replenished in the way that we need to in order to be able to have what we need for ourselves. We need to be direct, and we need to be clear, and we need to use our PR statements. If you need to know more information, if you need more of my time, please feel free to go to my calendar and schedule an appointment. Please feel free to contact my assistant and schedule an appointment. And then we can have dedicated and focused time for me to answer your questions and be thorough. But right now, it's not the time. Right now, I need to focus. Right now, I'm otherwise engaged. Have those statements ready. Give yourself permission to step away. Give yourself permission to move to a circle or an environment that's more giving to you, that's more refreshing for you, that's more pleasant for you. And build a team. Build a team that gives you the support. Give yourself a reason to say, you know what, this is going to take more time than I expected it to. Contact my assistant and schedule an appointment. Let's do this in a way that is focused and that gives it its due respectful energy. Have those direct PR statements available. And then finally, complete the golden circle. If you're the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room. How many times have you heard that? Build a circle that speaks great things about you when you're not there. And require that those who are among you stand in agreement. When you have agreement among the people that you're working with or that you're around, there's no question. Nobody's going to ask you. They shouldn't ask you anything that's conflicting about your presence or anything that you said. And just, again, give yourself permission. Don't be afraid to leave the space that doesn't serve you. And don't be afraid to create a space where you can thrive. And anybody who's truly looking for you, anyone who's truly looking to benefit from who you are and what it is that you have to offer will follow you where you need to go. So what's the result of these 4 actions? When you move through the steps, right, you'll have a different conversation. The conversation will serve you, and it'll point forward anybody who is looking to work with you. They'll either be forced to get on board or they'll be forced to jump down. And that's the final answer. There's no in between. And ultimately, you'll enjoy a lucrative business and lifestyle. You'll have mutually beneficial connections. And again, you'll have more time and you'll enjoy more of the cash generating activities that build and grow your business. So if you want to learn more about these actions and creating transparency for yourselves, remember that we're repeatedly what we do and achieve excellence through habit. You want to get in the habit of practicing these things on a daily basis. You want to understand what these things are for you. I'm going to give you my free offer, the Fulfilled Potential Journal and Workbook. I encourage you to take advantage of the time and the energy that you can put into, again, ending the conversation for yourself and for others that you come across in your daily life that will no more untapped potential. And so with that, I thank you for your time. I thank you for listening, and I look forward to working with you in the future.
Hi there, my name is Zandra Evans. I'm the founder and CEO of Zandra TV Network, located in Dallas, Texas. I'm here today to talk to you about the importance of your digital footprint, but more importantly, why streaming TV really does matter for you as a small business. So I'm going to tell you a little bit of a story, because when I talk about this, I need you to understand why I believe that you have to leverage streaming technology now. You can't wait. I'm a 40-year corporate vet, and I have never worked but 2 companies in my whole life. I had 2 companies that I worked for. So I'm extremely loyal, but about 4 years ago, I got the golden handshake. And when I did, luckily, I had an exit strategy. So what I did is I blew the dust off of that exit strategy and began implementing right away. Now, I did all the things that I thought I wanted to do. I became a published author and a best-selling author. I went through, and I didn't write 1 book, I wrote 3. I created a webinar service for women where I'm coaching and, really teaching them how to live the life they deserve. And just had a really good time doing that. But we all have a vision board. And so there was one thing left to do on my vision board, and that was Fireside Chat with Zandra. And I heard a voice that said, shoot it professionally. And I said, what? Why would I shoot it professionally? It's just going to go on something like YouTube, like everybody else. But I followed the voice that I heard. And so I did shoot it professionally. When I filmed it professionally, 3 days prior to filming, I got a call, and someone out of Atlanta, Georgia, had heard about me from Chicago and asked me if I wanted to buy a Roku channel. And I said, I think I do. And so it's probably one of the best moves that I've ever made. I consider myself to be a baby boomer with millennial tendencies. So I really look at what is cutting edge technology and what really should a small business be doing. So needless to say, I could be here for hours to talk about this, that from there, I ended up getting an invite to Comcast Cable. From Comcast Cable, I got an invite to yet another level of streaming on Chromecast and Apple TV and so on and so on. And today I own my own network. And so I think about my history, and I'm going to tell you where I made some flaws, the things that I don't want you to do when it comes to digital, technology, and making sure that you've got that footprint in place. When I first started in business 4.5 years ago, everybody was telling me that I needed to be on Facebook. I needed to be on, every social media platform known to man or woman. And I was just totally convinced that I don't need that. My name is Zandra, and that's enough. I'm enough just being Zandra. But little did I know that I needed social media platforms. So I lost 8 or 9 months in my business when I first started because I revolted. I'm not doing it. I don't have to do it. My kids were saying, get on streaming. You got to get on social media. You got to do this. And so I did. And, needless to say, and I know I'm talking to some people out there right now that maybe feel like I can't do a Facebook Live. How would I do a Facebook Live? And so I'm going to tell you that you can. When I first started, I had to do 666 takes just to get one video to put out on social platforms. But now today it takes me one take and it's done. Today I can get on Facebook Live as an example anytime I want to. I can go live anytime I want to, and it's not a problem. You know what? It's just like going to the gym for the first time. If you haven't been lifting weights, it's hard to, you're going to be sore the first couple of days. But if you continue to do that, you'll build strength in your muscles. And I'm talking about your technology muscle because looking at what happened during the pandemic, I want to encourage you as a small business entrepreneur that you cannot wait to get into streaming technology. Now, you may be saying, well, you're saying that, Zandra, because you own a TV network on streaming. I do own a TV network on streaming, but I'll tell you this, businesses that decide not to adapt streaming technology on TV really will be left behind. If you look at what happened during the pandemic, many people did not have a digital component to their business. And because of their lack of a digital component, what happened? Businesses close, businesses are crippled. They're not able to really move forward like they should. So moving forward, I want to encourage you that you need to have a digital component to your business. Now, a lot of times we think as small business entrepreneurs, especially, I'm going to market my own business. I'm going to do all of that myself. Listen, in order to be good in this digital society, you're going to need people that are good with a digital footprint to help you digitize your footprint. And what I really mean by that, a lot, we could talk about digital and people go like, what does that mean? That means that people are now using Google more than ever before. So your search engine optimization, SEO, I know you've heard of it, actually needs to be on point, because that's how people are deciding whether or not they're going to work with you. In fact, if you go look up Zandra Evans or Zandra TV Network, I'm probably the first 8 or 9 pages of Google. That is because I've decided to really step in and lean into digital technology. So I think about, my, kind of leap forward into streaming TV. I call that my Blue Rose moment, and I'll call it your Blue Rose moment as well. What I really mean by that is we are so conditioned to see red, yellow, and white roses that when a blue rose shows up, it's kind of different, right? It's peculiar. Your Blue Rose moment is when you're willing to step into something that is unconventional, something that is not comfortable, and learn how to be comfortable in uncomfortableness. I've learned to be comfortable in uncomfortableness and really learn how streaming technology really works. So another thing that I'd like to share with you, we're actually a full, marketing and advertisement company, but we happen to own our own TV network on Amazon, on Roku, and Apple TV. But here's the thing, there's some old-fashioned things that I know people are, we're such in a digital society that we forget about what is really important. And so the one thing that is important, that is the first level of marketing, probably, 100 years ago, was a press release. And if I was to ask you all, how many of you have had a press release written on you or about your business? And most of us will come back saying no. But the few of us that come back saying yes, If I ask you a second question and said, what did you do with that press release when you got the results? Most of us say, well, I mentioned it on my website, or, something very, kind of a low level entry into what it can do for you. There's so much that you could do with a press release to change your digital footprint. So it's not just one thing. It's not just TV. It's being able to take every piece of your marketing and advertisement and leverage it so that it is being digitized and creating that footprint for you that talks about you, your uniqueness, what you bring to the table, what your business is capable of doing. So I want to encourage you that if you don't have a real solid digital footprint today, you need to consider streaming. Now, Zandra TV Network, we look at 2 lanes. The first lane is any small business entrepreneur needs to be interviewed on TV. If you haven't been interviewed on TV, you need to be. But I encourage you to look for places to be interviewed that are on streaming technology. Now, you may say, why? Because people are ingesting information on streaming TV. Come on, you gotta get on board. It's the new thing. In fact, it's so new that you need to be an early adapter. You should adopt this. This is something that will be good for you and good for your business. So we focus on small business entrepreneurs one-to-one. We believe that there's so much power in gaining knowledge about this industry. So we help to educate. We do that, and we do that affordable for small business. So anything that I've talked about, we can do it all. It's a wonderful thing. But here's the other track. What if you decided, I want to be a producer? Guess what? You could be a producer on TV. That's your Blue Rose moment. It might be your Blue Rose moment to be a producer on TV. I don't know. But I can tell you this. We have a TV and media incubator where we can help you understand how to be a producer, how to monetize your content. Small business entrepreneurs, I want you to know we are leaving a ton of money on the table by not entering into streaming technology. And it is the best way to digitize yourself and to really create that digital footprint. So I would love for you to think about, how are you going to package yourself in 2021 in order to change the outcome on Google? Let's just start there. Change the outcome on Google. Put your name in and see what happens. I'm gonna give you another tidbit, and most of y'all probably know this. If you haven't bought your name off of GoDaddy, you need to go buy it. Like, run out of here right now. Just go get online. You know how to toggle. Get online and buy your name. Your name is important. And so that's another way to start digitizing, because you can create a landing page or one-page business site that actually has your name in it, like ZandraEvans.com, right? So that's another way to be able to digitize. So digital technology is here. It's imperative that you take, really take notice on what's happening. Most of y'all have some device in your home. You either have Roku, you have Amazon Fire, you got Apple TV, you have something. Don't you want to be seen on those platforms? This is what this is about. You need to figure out how to really change your landscape and get out there and be heard, be seen, and grow. That's my motto. That if you could be heard and you could be seen, I guarantee you that you'll start growing. The other thing is, international presence is important. And so wherever you decide to start, to lay that digital footprint for yourself, make sure you ask the questions about international visibility, because that's important. The other thing is, and I'll tell you this little tidbit, I call it, get down with OPP. What is OPP? I know y'all remember that old song, down with OPP. Yeah, you know me. Well, guess what? OPP means other people's platforms, and people will get to know you from their platform, because why? It's their audience. You want to leverage their audience so that you can scale and grow. You need other people's audience in order to do that. And by the way, by being on different podcasts, by doing interviews, by doing all of those things, that is going to help you to create that digital footprint. But listen, if you ever be on a podcast, always ask 2 very critical questions. Are you going to create marketing literature for me to advertise? That's number one. And number two is, how will I get my recording? That recording is golden for you. It's golden. That is your intellectual property and knowledge that you can download in your system and use snippets throughout the year to market and advertise who you are and why you're here and what you do. So I'm excited to be here at the BlackCEO Iconic Summit. I'm glad to talk to you about why streaming really does matter and that your digital footprint absolutely will make a difference in your business. So take heed, and until I see you the next time, I want you to continue to be the absolute best you. Peace.
Hey everybody, it's JJ Conway, and today I want to welcome you to the most profitable panel you have attended all year. Secrets to your most profitable year. You're gonna learn how to make this the most profitable year you've had, no matter what you are facing in your life. And to help you do that, we have two phenomenal guests. First, I'll introduce LaSonya Berry. LaSonya Berry is HR thought leader and CEO of McPherson Berry, an industry award-winning firm that provides HR consulting services, leadership development, drive diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, and capacity building solutions to grow organizations. LaSonya has been a leader in human resources, an author and speaker that helps businesses and individuals achieve their full potential by increasing sustainability, driving operational excellence, minimizing risks, and building leaders for over 15 years. McPherson Berry made the exclusive HR Industry Leadership 500 Excellence Award for programs specifically for diversity and STEM. LaSonya is noted for developing the next level programs for increasing diverse leaders in the workplace and in business. She serves on various boards, including the National Association of African Americans in Human Resources, Manpower Group Supplier Diversity Advisory Board, the Carolina Virginia's Minority Development Council, and the Advisory Board for Diversity Professionals magazine. Next, we have Dr. Alana Cook, who is passionately known as Lady Alana, the comeback coach. She helps individuals bounce back from catastrophe. You're gonna go from catastrophe to comeback, y'all. 25 years of experience in healthcare she brings to the table. She specializes in healthcare administration and staffing. She owns a home health staffing and a health and wellness spa. And if that wasn't enough, she is also the multi-talented queen of multiple streams of income as the designer of the Anointed Rags clothing line, y'all. She is the pastor of the Power of Christ Ministry alongside her husband, Bishop D.B. Cook. She is a board certified Christian counselor and certified life coach. She's the real deal, y'all. There is so much more to her story, and you are going to be inspired of how she overcame adversity, divorce, and homelessness, and bounced back from all of that to live out her calling, helping you overcome any obstacle that you are facing. This is a power-packed panel, and you are going to get pure gold. Grab your notebooks and let's go. Thank you for joining us, ladies. Please tell us a little bit more about yourselves.
Thank you so much, JJ. Again, I'm LaSonya. I'm happy to be here. Key thing that I want to share with everyone is, for me, is the fact that I'm a first generation business owner. So no, I'm not coming to you with these years and years and passed down businesses. No, I got the bruises on the elbow, but more importantly, I got the successes that'll teach you how to do things and not make the same mistakes that I did so that you could be more profitable.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
Right. Good evening, JJ. Thank you so much for having me on. I'm Dr. Alana, as I said, but passionately known as Lady Alana, the comeback coach. I have overcome adversity and truly I learned how to do this thing. I might look cute in my heels, but my knees show the scars from being bruised and being knocked down. And I'm so grateful that I have learned how to go from the ashes of life and I have taken that, stepped up from it, and I am now walking in prosperity. And so, what I do is take all of the adversity that I've been through and I teach you how to be creative in taking your mess and turning it into a message and living out and walking out your promise.
All right, all right. And that's what so many more of us need to do because we get caught up in the mess and we don't realize there are options and there is a way forward. And I like what Lasagna said earlier about I didn't just inherit something. I
Yes.
built it. I
Mhm.
built it. All right. And so what we want to talk about, the first question that I want to ask you guys about today, I want to ask you about what caused you to go into business for yourself.
Ooh. You want to go first, or you want me to go to Doctor Doctor Line?
Listen, I've always been an entrepreneur. I watched my mom, although she worked for other people, she was a master stylist and she was working, as they called it back in the day, kitchen beautician. And I didn't realize until I started having that fever, working for some top corporations during my first marriage. I've been through three. During my first marriage, I decided that I knew that it was something different about me. So while I was working with corporate America, going to school full time, newly married, there was something extra, some thirst on the inside of me. I was always creative, and so I started doing all of my creative stuff and realized that I can get paid for the other stuff. So it began to birth. A business, and I didn't really call it business at that time. I called it getting paid for a hobby. Um, and so I've always been in business since I was, I think, about 13 years old. And so it just became instinctively natural that I just figure out how to make more money doing what I was doing.
All right. Well, I'll say for me, I probably had a little bit more of a non-traditional, traditional route. So I'm from rural South Carolina. So my biggest thing was to leave that area and get me a job that could take me to something else. So I grew up in an area where it was all about hospitality. So either you were cleaning somebody's house or you were serving and cooking them food. And I vowed not to do either of them. So I went to college, got a degree in engineering, got a degree in HR, went to work for the big, the best, the brightest, GE, HR, and then worked for IBM. That was my last stint. But I always knew that I wanted to do something different and build a legacy for my family. Not knowing with time, didn't realize how important this legacy was going to be. So I stepped out of corporate. As a matter of fact, they didn't even want me to leave. I had just gotten a leadership award and I decided I was ready to go. But they were like, no, go take a leave of absence. So I took a 3-year leave of absence to go start my business. And but they didn't already know I'd already started my business, but I was moonlighting while that last couple of years. But I had the support to really help me do that because I was still supposed to be taking a leave from IBM, working on my doctorate degree, started working on my business. But in the midst of that, I lost my brother. So we are only 2 children. He didn't have any kids. So I was the only person to take on the family name. And so me wanting that desire to have this build business and building a legacy, I did not realize really what God was giving me to start. So this business is also a giving back to my dad to take on the family name as well. So I want to have a place for my kids to work and build upon, but more importantly, have something in the family that will go on for years to come.
And you say that, which
Absolutely.
I
And it's
think
a
is,
financial. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, and again, it we didn't hear the words uh, financial health and wealth growing up. That was not common language, and so we were never introduced to that. So when we were building, We didn't know that we were actually building generational wealth. We didn't know the responsibility or shouldering of leaving a legacy. We were just, for me, it was just doing something that I saw that I got paid for. As I began to evolve and get greater revelation of what my hands were anointed to do and the creativity of my mind, I realized that there was a plug for everyone in the family that they could come in and continue to allow this thing to grow. But initially, it was probably more of a selfish reason. I did not, I never said, well, no, I did. I did say I didn't want to work for anybody. And I kept saying that I was making so much money for the companies and they were really getting the greater benefit. I'm like, how do I do that for myself? And so I took all of that talent and all of those pieces and began to just, as the great woman said, intertwine that and decide to take those bricks and build my own building.
Exactly, exactly. And that's just the legacy that many of us come from. For years, my big why was making sure that my children and I never had to sleep in another moldy basement apartment on one bed, right? And then it was like, wait a second, no, this is bigger than just you.
Right.
And in order for us to do something that's lasting, and in order for us to leave that generational legacy, we have to stack good year upon good year. So let me ask you, in what way was 2020 your best year? And
I'll start with that one. I guess, and the key thing is you hear people talk about in 2020, we had to pivot. We got to pivot. We got to pivot.
Right.
And for me, as my business grew, I ended up going through different growth levels. But more importantly, I was traveling a lot. So when 2020 hit, I found myself at home. And I'm surprised because even now it's been a year since I've been on the plane. That's like unheard of for me and my business. So the biggest thing that I would say, how 2020 was my best year, it helped me to focus on my business. But more importantly, I found a better, and I won't say balance, but I found a better combination for being there with my kids, but still having my business. So it wasn't the focus necessarily. I had to focus on really what was important, and that was delivering to my customers, but more importantly, coming up with more solutions and being more innovative because the way we had to do business changed. So that's why it was the best year for me. Not only was I able to, pivot from that standpoint of delivering our service more so virtually and still maintain and be in business, but I got to do it by and being able to be there for my kids as well. I have two kids, one in college and one in high school, who's a senior. So did not realize how much of that family time we really needed. So that's what it made it the best year. My business kept in tech, and then I was there to have another level of intimacy, even with my kids.
Absolutely, absolutely. Pivoting was my my why and my greatest tool in 2020. I remember coming out of 2019 and we kept saying that we would have 2020 vision. 2020 vision, and then we had the catastrophe, the calamity that hit, but 2020 did sharpen my vision. What it did was, as you said earlier, it allowed me to become laser sharp and very focused on ingenuity and how to become creative in providing the service, and what I did. But I also had to go and, as you said, learn. And again, I don't like to utilize the word balance because sometimes the scale requires an imbalance, and that was the balance. And so I had to learn how to go in and pivot and even become more creative. And what it did was it caused me to look in areas that had been dormant. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. I'm only providing the service, but there's a product attached to the service. And so with that, I began to expand. Now it's product and services. And I remember my master coach was saying, hey, you're writing out, things to do. Well, where's the book? And I'm like, well, wait a minute. So now I birthed out books. And so again, it just caused the expansion, and it met the supply and demand, the needs of the people. They had more time to sit at home and read. And so now they're reading more. So again, as you said, the pivot was was my greatest. That's what helped me become more, and not only just financially, but spiritually as well. It really tapped into it forced me to tap into some uncharted territories within my spiritual strength, my emotional strength. It made me just really dig in deeper.
And and I want to add one more thing to that. And here's the other thing when she said about pivoting and being innovative, it also helped me to figure out ways to be more profitable because we moved our service to more virtual, which means we cut down the travel costs. I was spending $15,000, $20,000 in traveling, getting
Yes,
new clients, going to clients. That was one part of it. So now we offer the HR services to small, medium-sized businesses virtually. So we become an extension of the team. We really start to grow that line of business. And then the other part was I got a chance to focus on not so much the services, to your point, well, and then focus a little bit more on the products. And so with that, look, I'm gonna put a little plug, is my CEO strategy planner. I was able to create and
yes,
upgrade products that we were using for the clients. So it gave me another a stream of income to look at with the business, not just doing the HR for the corporate side and even small businesses, but what could I do for more B2C and to help more of the business owners? That's the capacity building part of it. So if nothing else, they always say tragedy, pandemics, and things of that nature is when things are born. So that gives you time to kind of get quiet. You said it, Dr. Alana, get quiet and really get more to the core and get in line with your purpose instead of going in many different ways. We had to stop, get settled. And if you're getting settled in your business and you're paying attention, you got time to go back to your notes, hear back from your customers and what they say that they're wanting. And you ain't got nothing now but time on your hand because you can't go anywhere.
And that's still an issue. I mean, COVID is still an issue. It's still relevant right now. So let me ask you all this. What's the number one thing you think entrepreneurs should do right now to set the foundation for making this their most profitable year?
I'll
I hear
say
a lot of
this.
strategic thinking. That's what I'm hearing from this
it is,
discussion.
it is strategic thinking and being open to becoming flexible. I know a lot of times when entrepreneurs started out a race, they were, kind of tunnel vision, and I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do this, and then I'll get here. Well, along this journey, and if we've lived life long enough, you understand that there are going to be some detours, and many times people become stagnant because they didn't prepare for with the plan A, the plan B, even all the way to the Z. What will happen if this? Happens, and how can I move around this, and I call it a temporary roadblock. And if and it's the perspective. You've got to change your perspective. Not everything is intended to as some people say, diminish or keep you from obtaining your goals. Some things really cause you to foster your creativity and to build the strength and innovation of who you really are. When I think about it, again, being when we were told to go in and shut down the doors, it reminds me of a biblical story when, the woman who said she had just this much left, the widow woman with the few mites. And so she was in her mindset was, this is all that I have, and I'm gonna perish. There is nothing else, nowhere for me to go. I don't have a husband, I don't have the resources. And so our mindset will keep us in a dying state of mind. But somebody has to come along and you have to be willing to receive that says, hey, take what you got, shut your door, go in, stop looking at social media, stop looking at other people's fake, fake, I would guess, built up income and built up fantasy lifestyle. Shut in the door, go in and see what you have in your home and began to look at is as a business. And what she did was, the Bible told her, go borrow some things. Many of us don't want people to know that I'm building a business and I need to borrow $5. If you can get somebody, can you loan me $5 to help build, my business? And she borrowed some vox and went in and shipped, and she shut the door. And as long as she continued to pour, as long as she continued to create, as long as she continued to utilize what was in her house, the oil was pouring. She sold them and became an instant millionaire. and paid back her loans. And so when we get out of the mindset that there's only one way to do this thing, then we can keep the momentum moving forward with ingenuity and creativity. And then we can knock down, we can break ceilings, we can, knock down barriers. And so I would say to them, listen, be open to flexibility and learning, how to utilize that in the moving forward.
Right. And I would add to that, I'm going to bring out my engineering hat. I think especially when we look at being small businesses and sometimes startups, is making sure your processes are tight. I think that's very important. And so the number one thing I would say is make sure you have your processes in order, because once you have the innovation, once you realize what it is that you want to do, then you need to have the processes in place so you're not wasting money, redundancy.
Right.
2, you streamlining processes, and better yet, you positioning yourself to better deliver on your processes and your product. So you got to have those processes. So taking the time, writing them out, figuring out what do you need to have happen, or to your point, Dr. Alana, you said, if this should happen or there was a mishap, how do you make the necessary adjustments? If you got your standard operating procedures, if you got your processes written down, it's easier for you to make the adjustment rather than doing the fly-by-night thing, because after a while, you're going to show your backside if you don't do things the right way and if you don't have processes in place.
And you talk about SOPs, but and I just wanted to tag, on that, and it'll probably spill over to one of the questions what someone would have told me, but we don't do enough research. We don't do enough research, and having SOPs really are, having that in place really kind of leads you toward having a backup plan or having an emergency plan or having a recovery plan. Most oftentimes we're not doing the research to do that. And so I do want, we get excited about the startup. And I like to tell us, hey, listen, remember that you're only starting small, but you're on your way to corporate. You've got to remember to think big. You only start small, but remember, you've always got to think big. So format your company, your foundation, as though it's a corporation in the making.
And that's such a powerful principle, because we do get all excited about our new idea and we jump into it. And 2 things that you all talked about, not only the processes and how do the best people do things, understanding what those best practices are, but also who are we and what are we about to help drive the business. And so understanding who we are and what we want, that's a foundation, out of how to grow this business. It has to be aligned with our character. And so, it kind of leads to the question, and Dr. Alana, you kind of alluded to it, I think back to the growth that I had over 2020. And for me, it's one of those where, hey, I had to take a step back in the business and really evaluate who I was and what is it that I want to be known for and how I can reach these people. And so when I think back, I think, if entrepreneurs would have told me anything, I wish somebody would have explained to me that before you even go and get your certifications or open up your website, you need to know who you are and what you're about, because at the end of the day, it's going to drive the decisions. And so I know that for me, that was something I wish I would have known years ago, but hey, better late than never. We're making it happen now. We make it do what it do. But what is the number one thing that you think, is one piece of advice you wish someone would have told you when you first got into business?
I know you say one, but it's kind of coupling to one another. Everything in line with what you said, finding out what you want to be as a business owner. But here's the key thing: fine tune your value proposition. Figure out what it is that you want to offer. Narrow it down. Start off and be an expert in one thing. Be a value add for that. Know it, really understand it from the customer standpoint, not just what you want to offer. How does it fit into the person that you're trying to sell it to or your customer avatar? And then the second thing is, have a place for your money to go. When I say have a place for your money to go, when that money starts coming in, have your plan already in place as to how you're going to expand and put your money back into your business, which I did that But the way I put it back in, I think I could have done better if I looked at how can I expand and go wide in an industry instead of trying to diversify.
Mhm.
So go wide, have that money go wide instead of trying to diversify first. Once you go wide and you really go deep there, then you become and gain a greater market share. Then you're ready to diversify and go do some other things because you will have the cash flow, you will have the money coming in to be ready to go offer something else. The problem that we have is that, especially when I got started, yes, I started out in the training and development, but then I tried to be kind of do all things because when you go in, you keep hearing, well, no, we don't want that. We want this. Well, dang it, that's what they want. Let me go over there and just do that. And before you go, you go here, you go in here. Stay true to what your expertise is. Then worry about expanding and doing it. And now I'm to that point where we're doing the different facets of HR rather than trying to do it all one time. Because you can't be everything to everybody. But you got to build that brand and build that reputation by being good at that tunnel focus thing.
And before we get to Dr. Alana, I want to expand on that first thing of what you say. As a financial planner, I love what you said about making sure you have a plan for your money, right? But
also have a place for your money to go.
Yeah, but also as a financial planner, I discovered that what we want to offer the client isn't always what the client either needs, wants, or is willing to pay for. So can you expand on that a little bit about this concept of value proposition?
Yeah, so here's the key thing. Everybody starts a business to some degree because it's something they got an expertise in or something that they love to do. But remember, that's all about you. You got to figure out how is it that you can package it where it will be a value add to your customers, because you ain't selling it to yourself. You're just doing what you love to do. You got to figure out how is it going to benefit someone? How do you need to tweak it? And who is really your key customer who will be benefiting from that? Because otherwise you're just trying to market to everybody and everybody don't need it. You got to figure the time. And Dr. Alana said this, do the research. Who needs what you are offering? Forget about trying to do all of this for everybody. Focus on those key people who need, or the key customers who need exactly what you are offering. And then after that, it can expand to something else.
Y'all, she just made y'all an extra $10,000 this year. If you haven't started your business yet, you take this advice, you will be so much extra profitable. Wait a second. Even if you have already started your business, it is never too late to sit down and say, let me make sure I got my value proposition straight.
Yes.
You want to go from a hobby, you know what the IRS calls a hobby, where you're not actually making any profit and going to making 6 or 7 figures. You gotta have your value proposition. Dr. Alana, go ahead and expand.
And so, I can't do anything but echo. The very first thing that I wish someone would say, or I would say to a budding entrepreneur, is to first sit down with self and decide. And you have to make a strong decision. Will this be a hobby or is this a real business? We have to decide. And the IRS wants to know that as well, because we're going to have to make some succinct decisions that will determine which way. First, you want to decide if it's a hobby. Then stay true. And we're saying this again, stay true to who you are. Secondly, thirdly, make sure that you build the legitimate foundation. I have mentored, and then that will be the next thing, to make sure they have a mentor that will make sure that your foundation, your business structure is sound. Oftentimes, we're not building business credit because we don't have the proper foundation. We didn't establish the EIN. We didn't establish, the LLC. We did not build the solid foundation. And without that, anything that you're trying to build on top of it, well, it's going to crumble. It's not going to be as steady as it should be. You won't be able to get the lines of credit that will help you build your business or your brand or your product while you're trying to expand. You won't get the revenue that you'll need to acquire the things that will help your business grow. And then lastly, remember that everybody is not your client or customer. You are a great cup of tea, but you might not be everybody's cup of tea, but know that you're great tea. And so remember that. And so don't get disappointed that you've got a great product, but not everybody bites. My book that's coming out, it's called Balance the Bait. Everybody has bait. You've got to know which bait will bite, which people will bite on that bait. So realize, for the budding entrepreneur, You've got to know who your clients are, and your clients will pay your price because they know the value.
Right.
And that really leads into our next question, because I know for me, I've had 17 different businesses till I finally found one that worked, right? One that stuck, that made me money, and people wanted what I wanted to offer. Okay. And so when I think about, the value proposition and understanding who you are, and finding mentors to help you develop a business plan. If I'm somebody today that wants to start off and start my own business, I've been working in corporate, I've been doing whatever, and I feel like, okay, I need to have a legacy that's under my control. How do they pick a business? I mean, how do you know what you want to do? I mean, you could go the JJ Conway route and try 17 different things, but that's probably not the most efficient way to do it.
Well, it's key thing. So I can't say you can't leave yourself out of it. Okay, so you got to make sure there's, back to the old saying in economic, supply and demand. Whatever you want to go in business, make sure there's some buyers out there. So which means you got to do the research. You got to find out what's out there, but more importantly, start where your interests are. Because I'm gonna tell you, you're gonna be living, breathing, sleeping, eating this business. So you better like what you're going to be going into, or what you're thinking about going, because it's going to be everywhere. You're going to have to live, breathe it. I mean, in your sleep, you're going to be giving that elevator pitch. You're going to be having your sleeves rolled up and putting the products together, making sure the services are there. So if it's something that you really don't like doing, that ain't the area you need to go into business. So if you know you're not good in finances, even though you know finances and accountants make a lot of money, you don't go chasing the money. You got to go chase the passion. You got to be passionate about what you're doing, because otherwise you're not going to sell. Because here's the part. People buy from people that they love, they know, they like, they trust. You got to have that believability factor too. So you can't always come selling something that you're not wholeheartedly into. So one, do the research and make sure when you research, it's aligning with something that you are passionate about. Matter of fact, start with that. Because the reason why I started my business is because I do believe that I was sent here on earth to develop people and organizations. That's why I started out in learning and development. People hate HR. I love it. I love it. Let me help you get your business together. Let me teach you how to handle these employees. Let me help you with your employee relations. Let me help you be a better executive. I already went through it. I got the IBM award. So when I say that, I'm not bragging. I had to live it first before I could turn back around and help and teach somebody else how to do it. I came from rural South Carolina. My parents weren't managers. They were blue collar workers. And I became a white collar worker. So I had to learn how to go to college, learn what I needed to do, and then found what my passion was. I've always wanted to be a teacher. So now I'm a teacher, but I'm not in high school or college or anything, but I'm teaching people how to work and how to lead.
And that's another, when you say learn your passion, a lot of times we don't really know what our passions are. We'll say that we like it. But when with some of my mentees, I've asked them to go back to what you're passionate about. Would you do it even if you didn't get a paycheck for it? And so when we finally get the yes, what would you do even if you weren't paid to do it? And when we began to narrow that down, then we began to pull back the onion layers on, well, what is in this that is, a technique or a skill set that people now will pay for or will seek after you and can trust your area of expertise. And so we began to do basically kind of like an outline and begin to map the picture, the painting of what the business is, or what that field that they can go into. Because a lot of times, they come to me saying, I just want to start a business. Well, you do, and like you said, you have to be passionate, because I need to, and this is one of the other things. Not only will you do it if you didn't get paid, but would you continue to do it even if it was not pleasurable? Because I've got to like even the unpleasant parts of this thing. I'm passionate about it, even when it's unpleasant, even when there was a disruption, in the financial market, even when the patients or the clients are not so pleasant. Will I still be passionate? Am I still passionate about it? And I am. And so I still do. And so when we get to the revelation of that, then we can, we can pinpoint this is where, my passion lies. But a lot of times you've got to, kind of map it out and get some revelation, because a lot of times they really don't know the difference between just, wanting to start a business and where their area of passion lies.
Right. And then so many of us get knocked down by life, or we get the life of us, the passion beat out of us by trying to fit in, or trying to do a job, or trying to be the perfect wife or husband or father or mother or anything, that sometimes we don't even know who we are anymore. And we just know we want to change. We want things to be better.
Listen, I had a client who's, they're not, I guess, not a great leader in the church, but they're very um, visible in the church, and wanted to open up a CBD where it's legal, not here in Texas, but it's legal. And so share the idea. That's another thing I think I would share with entrepreneurs. Be mindful of where you share your ideas, because you'll get some sharpeners, and then you'll get some people that will try to throw dirt and bury. There is a graveyard. So there's a graveyard everywhere that's full of buried ideas, great ideas, businesses and opportunities. So be mindful of where you share your dreams and your passions, because you've got some dream stealers and, killers and robbers here. But find a great mentor that will help you sharpen and refocus, to get down to that. But yeah, yeah, but she opened it up, because the church people said that, she would be going to hell for opening up a CBD dispensary, and it's legal. So so now she's doing well. She's doing well.
well, I mean, I think I didn't, that's not where I thought you were going with that. I just thought about all the times that I tried to share my ideas, and people were like, okay, you've had 17 different businesses. Why is this one gonna be any different? Right. Like, that's where I thought you were going. But we have to be careful, if we want to start a business, we do have to be aware that, if we've got a habit of not following through, or if we've got a habit of not believing in ourselves, or if we have a habit of chasing the money, I think you said, and we're just chasing the money, and then when it gets tough, we don't have the passion to push us through. We don't have that big why, right? Not only does everyone around us get used to, they're not going to be about nothing, but our own subconscious starts to acclimate to that. And the next time we have this big idea, it's the subconscious goes, oh, wait a second. We've been down this road before. We remember how much time and energy and money she wasted last time she had a good idea. Let's just nip that in the bud, and let's just stop her in her tracks. And that's why so many of us have this self-sabotage and stuff like that. But I mean, what you all are giving everybody today is a fantastic blueprint that they can use to either start their business or take their existing business up to the next level. And regardless of the path that we are on today, we have so many different CEOs on this conference today. Regardless, there's going to come times where we feel overwhelmed. When y'all were talking about the business taking over your life, I thought to myself, yeah, it's like that baby that's nursing. You take it to bed, you take it, I remember the days of holding my son, trying to go to the bathroom in the gas station. I mean, that's what the business is like. It's there all the time. So how do you keep from getting overwhelmed when you've got all the demands of running a business, and you've got your personal life, and you don't even get 5 minutes to yourself? How do you handle that? What gets you through that as an entrepreneur or as a CEO?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna take a deep sigh on that one, because I can so relate to everything you said, because when I started the business, my children were younger, and I thought that would be a prime time to start a business, kind of like the stay-at-home mom. Let's get this we already wear multiple hats. I'm gonna call it like it is. Women wear multiple hats. So the key thing is, for me, one of them we said already, there's no such thing as balance. Some's gonna get more time than the other. What you need to do is make sure you're rotating that on a regular basis. So one won't feel like it's getting more time than the other, but something's gonna get more time than the other. So there's not gonna be a balance. That's one part of it. The second part will be is having you a trusted group of advisors and support system. For me, for the last, God, we couldn't believe it was 10 years. We call ourselves the Black Pearls. We're all business owners. It's 5 of us. None of us are in the same business. We started out as a mastermind. No, we started out as a prayer call on Friday morning. Wow. That prayer call then evolved into us doing prayer over our businesses, to masterminds for our business, to even being there for each other personally. So we are just like a group of Black women who are business owners, who've gone through all the different facets of life. We're all different ages, different businesses, experiencing different things. But every Friday morning, except for the last 2 weeks of the year, for the last 10 years, on Friday mornings, y'all hear me, right? Started at 7 a.m. We're there for each other. And it started out for an hour. Then when COVID happened, we moved it to 8 o'clock. We were like, we got to get up that early. We ain't nobody going in. But we dedicate that time to support one another, not be there just from a business standpoint, but being there from a personal. So when you can find that trusted group of people that you can share what's going on with your business and really be there for each other and trust one another with what you're sharing, to me, that has been the biggest thing that had helped. Because there are many days that I got up that I wanted to quit. There were days that I got up and said, oh Lord, did I do the right thing? There are days that, you get up and it's like, well, wait a minute, what do I need to do with this customer? And then here you got Friday morning. You can always count on Friday morning. If you can't wait to Friday morning, you can pick up the phone, call any one of our, we call ourselves Black Pearl, call one of the pearls and have that conversation. Even if they're on the phone, we text one another. Whatever it takes, we're always there for one another. But if you can get a good core group of advisory group to really kind of help, I think that has been very pivotal to being a business owner and personally.
Yeah. For me, it was communication with my close circle. I had to, with the Bishop and I, this is my third, his second, and he says our last. I won't be allowed to get married to anyone else. But when I first started, my children were young. And so I wasn't able to communicate with them what my goals, what my aspirations, and really what mommy was doing. They would see, because I was, bivocational, working in corporate America and building my business, still having to be a very involved mom through all of their activities. They traveled, they were on select teams, so I was traveling. Then I had to, balance the travel with them. And I remember when when I started having them to come to work, I had to have a conversation with them, explaining to them what my goals were, and told them there were going to be some times that they won't understand why I had to do this or why I had to do that, but know that it's for an end goal. But I remember my sons then were like, well, Mom, you got to remember that we're a priority too. And so that made me understand that I had multiple priorities, and I had to prioritize the priority. And in different seasons of my life, the priorities would then shift, but the communication needed to remain the same so that my family understood what was going on. They were my core group. I've got a core group of girlfriends, my sister circle, my husband, my sisters. And so they knew what I was going through. And although they didn't understand entrepreneurship, they saw my passion. And so they respected, and they would come in at times if it was like, if I'm staying at the office late hours, hey, what do we need to do to come help you? Because we need some sister time with you. So we'll come and help you. What can we do to so they began to shoulder some of the things. And so it made me become more verbose in sharing my areas of need so that they could help support me. And then I can just, and to get some things done. And then there would be some balance. But then after, then this last marriage, when I got married to Bishop, he was just like, hey, there has to be a cutoff time. I understand that you're 24/7 an entrepreneur, but you've got to remember that you are a wife, you are a mother, you are a daughter, you are a sister, and we need some of your time too. And so I just remember, I've got to remind myself that I do have to get off the clock, because my husband didn't marry an entrepreneur, he married a wife. My children did not, they didn't ask for an entrepreneur. They asked for a mom. They were gifted to a mom. My sisters knew me as a sister, not as an entrepreneur. And so I had to understand the balance and the roles and responsibility of the gift of being all of those people to those people. And truly, again, I just know that God will take really good care of me. I do have to get off the clock. I do have to get off the clock.
Ooh, that was an ouch amen moment right there, because you just brought something else to my memory. The other part that I would add, and you're right there on it, is we just have to remember you got to disconnect. You're not going to get better. Your business is not going to get better if you can't disconnect, reflect, refresh, and refuel.
Yes.
And that you got to do that sometimes with your family or whatever. You can work, but sometimes you're not being productive because you're so much in it, you having to step back to get rejuvenated. Okay. And then, so like you said, not just having the right people too, but just taking that downtime and making sure you don't, and I hate to say it this way, but not losing your family in the midst of, because
Yes.
I don't know if I shared that with you. You talked about it. I ended up getting divorced in the middle of it. And the other part to that is, which is key, like you said, you got married, he was looking for a wife, but not only that, for your success in your business, if you did not start your relationship off being an entrepreneur, that's going to require a lot of discussion. And people say they support you, and it's not that they don't, but they don't understand what it means to be an entrepreneur.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Because you're
And
learning it yourself, but you also see, because you've been so invested in it, you also
absolutely.
see what it's going to take. Because as you're getting out here, you're learning, you're going to classes, you're meeting with other entrepreneurs, you're learning. It's like how you said you jump out the window and barrel the parachute while you're going. That's really what you're doing as a business owner,
Right.
especially when you're a first generation business owner. But what is going to have to be key is that you're going to need to have those conversations. And the part that I would say is make sure, and you can't control other people, that you have that level of honesty in your relationship, that they understand what you are sacrificing, and that everybody is on one accord. And we know about the Bible and God and being on one accord. You got to be on one accord, because the business going to do well do well. Then sometimes the business going to come up short. So it's like
Listen,
we got to ride the wave while the wave is going. Because right now there's a wave going like this right here with
it
this pandemic.
is.
Okay, it is what it is. But to me, this is the key thing I try to tell people who are married to folks who are not entrepreneurs or don't really understand it. It is no different than you being on that job and you got that check, I know, every 2 weeks, but then they knock on your door, because I don't did it, because I don't laid off a lot of people in corporate America. When your number is called and you told to pack up and you got 2 weeks, or they give you 30 days, what's the difference? Everybody has to make the pivot and the adjustment. So if you can really help your significant other really understand that, but help you keep you grounded, and they're paying attention and know when you need to disconnect, and you understand it when they say enough is enough and you need to stop, and give them time, not stop the business, but give them time, then that's what you need to do.
And they do, which is super awesome. I got permission to be on the line tonight because this cuts into, you know, we made some, agreements. I remember when we first got married, and he was like, why is that text, that phone? I mean, getting text messages and alerts, because I wanted to be on top of everything, and I got the alerts. And so the phone has to go off. It goes on D&D at certain times. My sons are now young adults, but even now they're like, Mom, well, we're coming over. Mom, we want to go riding. Mom, they force me. Sometimes, my husband really gives me a hard reset. Oh no, we're not doing anything. We're going out of town. You're going riding. And so I'll have to do a hard reset. Now, with entrepreneurs, I'm just like, oh my God, how many emails have I missed? Did I miss any big deals? Did I miss any calls? Oh, did I miss an opportunity?
Dr. Lana, wait a minute. I even bought the charger to go in the car, that I could plug my laptop up into the charger, into the cigarette lighter. We're riding on family vacation, and I'm sitting up there like this. I'm driving, going, or coming back. Which one I'm doing? Whatever one I'm not doing, I'm working.
So yes, we do have to, communication was key. And so if I would share that with a budding entrepreneur, you've got to communicate with your key support, and you've got to be able to define your support, because oftentimes, people that want to genuinely help support your business or support you during your birthing and building of your business, they really don't know what that looks like. They don't know what that is. And so that like I said, so communication is truly key during your building and birthing.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I know I had to chuckle when y'all were talking about getting permission and making sure that people understand their importance, because this is fun to me. Building a business and helping people with
Absolutely.
money, like I love it. It makes my heart sing. I'd much rather do this than watch TV. But
Guilty
I
pleasure.
got three guys out there that are like, Mom, you said you were gonna do this from this time to this time. And when you're done, you're gonna play Xbox with me. And when you're done, you're gonna spend some
Yes.
time with me. And so,
Yes.
we negotiated. I had to come to a thing with my husband. I said, okay, I need one night. I need one, because I was a military single mom for a long time. I got divorced when my son was 3, and I was single for a very long time. And so I got used to doing things my own way, and having to adjust to having this person in my life now. And I forget which one of y'all said it, but when he married me, I wasn't really an entrepreneur. Now I was trying to get out of $800,000 of debt, but I was doing a lot of things, but I wasn't the boss lady.
Yeah.
I was doing this network marketing and that network marketing, and I was working for this person and that person, doing a lot of side hustles, but I wasn't large and in charge. And now it's like, no, 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 no. Even when I'm watching with my son, if I pick up that phone, oh, he give me that eye.
Yes.
And I have had to communicate to them. So I found one way that I communicate to them is I give them commission. So you have to turn your Xbox off while mama's doing her panels and while mama's teaching her classes. Well, I'm gonna give you a cut of what I sell. So if I sell a $500 course, if I sell $2,000 course, if I sell $10,000 course, the small courses, they get the cash, but the big courses go towards his truck fund.
Yeah.
Like it's your commission for your role in helping my business and the sacrifice you have to make
Yes.
for helping my business, in addition to the free labor he gives me, which kind of leads into the next thing. So we talked about building that support system to help with the overwhelm, and then also letting people that are important to us know that they're important to us, making sure they show up on the priority list. Okay.
Yeah.
But aside from that aspect, how do we stay focused in our business with all of the distractions of business, economy, political landscape? I mean, I'm in financial planning. I'm not in politics, but I couldn't do my business without addressing the politics. You know what I mean? Like I couldn't move forward. And then I started, y'all might identify with this. I do financial planning, but then I was like, well, I'm gonna go get me a diversity training because people need that, and we need this and we need that. And I was like, okay, wait a second. At some point, I need to stay in my lane and find somebody like Lasagna who can be the HR person and bring them in, instead of me trying to be all things to everybody, because the
Absolutely.
opportunity is there. And
Right.
everybody else is
Absolutely.
saying, oh, 2020 so bad. But you ladies have proven the point that I experienced, that 2020 was my best year. There was so much opportunity that opened up and is still opening up in 2021. So how do we get that opportunity without getting distracted and spread too thin by all of the opportunity?
Right. And so I still say go back to your core. Like for me, I like to say this pandemic has really put HR to the forefront, because right now everybody pulling on HR for everything. Oh, what we gonna do about the pandemic? Oh, we got people working from home. And I'm like, now I don't have to fight. Oh, now we got your ear. Okay. So it's about staying true to your industry. So it's like looking for those new opportunities in the area that you serve. That's how do you stay focused. For me, from that standpoint, that's going to be very key. Or better yet, looking at what's happening and stepping back and looking at your business. What is it that you can add to your business to be a solution for what you hear and the challenges are? Okay, so it's not necessarily about changing. It's about almost, we talk about sometimes when we're doing capacity building programs, talking about making sure you got like an innovation and a research area of your business where you're constantly getting information about what's going on in the industry, so you can be focusing ahead to always stay in business or be providing a solution. Because especially if you're dealing with large corporations, they can't pivot as fast as you are. Sometimes they're not keeping abreast as to what's going on, and you can do that and be that for them and tell them what could happen. But the key thing is looking at everything as to how it applies to your business, not necessarily how you can change. Don't get me wrong. You hear people say all the time about diversifying multiple streams of income, but sometimes that's hard if you're not staying within your true core.
Mhm.
So I got multiple streams right now, products, services, right? But all of it is up under the umbrella of HR.
Absolutely. I couldn't say that any plainer. But staying true to your core. It keeps you anchored. And again, just like a tree with roots, it's one trunk, but several roots underneath that's causing this tree to stand tall and to grow. And so, and always focus forward. It would be easy to stay distracted by all of the distractions if we don't look beyond the distraction. The distractions for me are kind of a great indicator of where we need to be looking for solutions. Problems always present opportunities for presenting solutions. And so when we see all of the distractions, for me, I'm like, how do we fix this? How do I serve in this? What part of my company or my business would be a problem resolution in this area? You know, people are getting stuck in their homes and they're not having a lot of me time. Well, how do I become a solution to that? Provide them one-on-one private opportunities to come into the spa and have your own one-on-one me time. It's a solution. So I'm always focusing forward, using the problems and the distraction really as a leaping board, a launching pad to get to the next place or to the next phase, because I want to kind of redirect them as well from being stirring around in the problems or stirring around the politics. I literally just disconnect from the politics. If I really want to know anything, my clients tell me the latest and the greatest. And I'm hooked in with the CDC. I really don't watch the news. I really don't watch the politics. I don't watch all of the bantering and the fighting, because I'm an end results girl. Y'all can swim in the mud, but I'm trying to figure out how do we get to the clean clothes and the cute shoes. I don't want to deal with all of that. I'll let y'all fight, but I'm on the other side trying to pull you into a resolution, because I do know that if I have a problem, people will pay for. I mean, if I have a solution, people will pay for it.
That's right. They
So
sure will.
yeah, they'll pay
And
for
it's
the
also
solution.
a way of collaborating as well.
Absolutely.
Like if like I knew that there were a lot of scams that came up. So for my podcast, I brought in other experts that normally I wouldn't have brought in, because I knew that people needed that. They
Right.
needed that reassurance. They needed to know what to do. And I knew it wasn't going to be profitable for me to develop that in house. So I found people that I could collaborate with. But I tell you what, I need a spot of myself one day. I need to come and visit
Come
you.
on down to Five Star Body Bar. We're where again you get 5-star treatments. Yes, absolutely.
That's all right. All right. Well, we got one more question before we get our last remarks. And I'm gonna spring this on you for the audience. I did not prep them with this question, but it came up in the discussion. And we've got an all-female panel today, but I know we've got all kinds of CEOs out there. But I'm gonna talk to the parents just for a second. Okay. Um, I'm going to talk to the parents and I'm going to ask. We talked about balancing the demands. Okay. We talked about making sure that we could stay focused. We talked about making sure we could take advantage of these opportunities without getting burnt out. Not necessarily striving for balance, but making sure everything's in harmony, as one is more important than the other, right? If you had one thing that you could leave to your children or the next generation, whether or not you have children today, what would that be?
For me, I would believe that you are born with a purpose. And sometimes it may take some time for you to peel back the layers to get to the true identity of who you are. Um, it should not be defined by things. You should not give anyone else the authority to define your authenticity. Stay true to who you are. Once you tap into the inner part of you, own it, embrace it, and walk it out.
Okay. And for me, what I do, and I'm trying to do right now with them, and this is especially to the younger folks. I think we all want to give our kids an opportunity to grow up and be kids. But if I had to do it all over again, I would find that older person. And when I say older, it's not about age, it's about more so experience. I would connect myself to somebody. If I was in my 20s, I would connect to somebody who was in their 45 and their 50s. And the reason for doing that is have your fun, but make sure that you're not missing those opportunities that you could be taking advantage of while you're young. Case in point, I'll give you this one. Um, uh, Even something as simple as buying versus renting. I bought my first house at 22. It was a condo. So rather than paying rent, I bought a house. And when you get tired of it, you know what you do? You sell it and you move on. I think there's just so many things, especially when you're talking about people of color. We don't have much time to do redos. Okay? We don't have time to reinvent the wheel and make the same mistakes over and over again. Yes, hang with your crowd, but make sure you got some wisdom and some pearls that you're tapping into so you can hear from them what they wish they would have known when they were younger, so you can incorporate that into your life. I think one of the, I have to keep up with the millennials because I do a lot with the younger generation and preparing them for being leaders. But just even listen to some of the clean, I call them the clean rappers. When you get that money, watch where you spending the money, because you can't spend the money but one time. So while you out having fun, Super Bowl coming up, you traveling here and there, but if you look at the amount of money you spend, what could you've already owned to put you at a different position? So if anything, I would tell them is to make sure you connect with somebody who's older, who's going, or you see that's being successful, so you can do twofold: have fun, but have your hand into something that's going to help pull you forward and helping you build wealth. Not making money, but building wealth.
Yes, yes, yes. You know, when we had sequestration as a division chief, I was still active duty in the military, and I had to go to all of my engineers and scientists and make sure that they were prepared for this cut in their pay that they were all going to get. And all the people in my home church, all of us they were freaking out. I'm not going to have no payment. I'm not going to pay my bills. I'm going to lose my house. And every single one of my scientists and engineers, and I was the only speck of color in that floor. All right. Every single one of them were like, I have a 6-month savings account. Why do you think I'm gonna be worried? Doesn't everybody know how to take care of their money? And I'm sitting there with a straight face, but inside my head, I'm like, no, everybody doesn't know how to take care of their money, because I sure didn't grow up with my parents having no 6-month savings account. And so some of these things we're not taught. And when we do learn them, we are taken advantage of. That is a whole nother panel that we will have to have another day. But for now, I'm just going to ask that you all close us out. You all have both given us so much gold in this session. I thank you for being here, for bringing it and helping people elevate. I don't care what happened to you in 2020. You implement these strategies that these powerhouse women gave you today, you are going to come out of 2021 on top. You're going to have more profit in your life than you ever imagined. And you are going to have more fulfilling relationships with both yourself and the people that you love. Ladies, thank you so much for being here. Go ahead and say goodbye to our CEOs today.
Yes, thank you for this opportunity. I'm just going to leave you with this, the PQ. What's important? People, processes, and profit.
Listen, life happens and you may have some raggedy pieces, but take them and build a beautiful picture. You won't have to stay in the mess that you're in. This has been Dr. Alana, which is your comeback coach. You can be great even after this.
Yes, yes. And I'm JJ Conway. On behalf of BlackCEO, I want to thank you for attending this Black and Iconic panel. I'll go on out there now and make this your most profitable year ever. Y'all take care and be blessed.
Once again, my friends, this is Robert Antoinette, and you are watching live the BlackCEO 2021 National Conference, Black and Iconic. And for those of you who've been hanging out with us from the very beginning, I'm absolutely certain that you have gained valuable information to help you with your business and your brand. But this is what I want you to do while you're watching. Make sure that you share this broadcast out on your page, and make sure that you tell a friend so that they can join on in and connect with the Black CEO family. And speaking of joining the family, I like for every person under the sound of my voice to go over to www.joinblackceo.com. Join www.joinblackceo.com. You can connect with a body of entrepreneurs that can help you to grow your business and elevate your brand, and collaborate with like-minded individuals who are in your field of expertise that can help you, that can build you, that can mold you in the way that you need to be for the 2021 new year. New year, new you. And while you're part of the family, here's one other thing that I want you to do. I want you to wear your swag, represent for the Black CEO family. So you got to go over to BlackCEOT-shirts.com. That's BlackCEOT-shirts.com. So now that you've joined the family, you've got merch and swag to represent. Here's for you, 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 and you. This is a 7-day event. And on day 6, it will be our virtual masterclass. And during that event, there will be some phenomenal thought leaders that you will get an opportunity to interact with live. But the only way that you can do that is if you go and get your virtual seat right now. And the way that you do that is you go over to www.blackceovip.com. That's www.blackceovip.com. So that's black as in the color, CEO as in the boss, and VIP is you. www.blackceovip.com. Now, to do this, I want you to make sure that you invest in your business, invest in your brand, but more importantly, invest in you. Join day 6 for our virtual masterclass. But before we get to day 6, we still got a whole bunch of good stuff for today. So in this next pod, you're going to have the opportunity to hear from more virtual experts. One of my favorite folks that'll be coming up is Vanessa Collins. And in addition to Vanessa, my super friend from the DMV, Justin Morgan, will be one of the speakers whom you will hear in the upcoming pod. So make sure that you're connected, blast this thing out, share it out, heart it up, and make sure that you comment in the feed so that you are interactively connecting and being a part of this once-in-a-lifetime experience known as Black and Iconic. Watch this.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sharon Devonish-Lee. I'm a publicity strategist, public relations consultant, and I'm also the owner of my own PR agency. And I'm here to talk to you about good PR can make you and bad PR can break you. When I was chosen to be a keynote speaker for the BlackCEO Iconic Conference, I was very humble and excited. But I also was told that my message had to be disruptive. And I thought to myself, well, I'm a speaker. I know that I have to bring some type of strong impact to my audience, but I was never told to be disruptive. So I had to think about that for a minute. And then I thought, well, what better way to be disruptive within PR is not have PR at all, not have exposure at all. If that's not disruptive, I don't know what. So what I want to do is first say congratulations, and I'm excited that each and every one of you are here today. And I know all of you are either a CEO or you're looking to be a CEO of your own business, an entrepreneur, which means you are making your own decisions about your business. You are creating the destiny for your brand. So what I want to do is I really want to focus on those who are aspiring to be a CEO, or you are a CEO and you have not used media at all, or you have used it and you did nothing with it. I want to talk to you. I want you to go through an exercise with me and everyone else, but I really want to talk to those who has not maximized media at all, and go through this exercise with me. So I want you to close your eyes. I want you to imagine yourself in a studio. You can pick whatever studio, whatever media outlet you have a dream to be on, whether it's Good Morning America, CNN, MBS, and NBC. Just think of what studio you would love to be in to get an interview. Now you have the lights, you have the cameras on you. The host is going over their notes to interview you. I mean, it's an adrenaline. You're excited and nervous at the same time. I want you to feel this. I want you to vision this. The camera person comes to you and says, look at camera 1 and look at camera 2. I want to make sure we have a good visual on you. The mic person comes to you and says, we have to do a mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Now you're getting closer and closer to that moment when your interview begins. You're about to tell your story to thousands and thousands of people, potential prospects that's going to learn more about your brand, what you do and how you do it. What type of expertise are you going to show? You do the interview, you landed it, you did great. You see yourself on TV, now you're really excited. People are calling you up, people are going to your website, people are going to your social media. It's a high. It's a great feeling. I want you to open your eyes. Just think about it. I just did an interview talking about my business, talking about my brand before thousands of people that I've never met. I may not meet them until they contact me. Anywhere. You could have done a local or national, but you just did you just did an interview that literally landed you to be in front of thousands and thousands of people. I want you to feel something when you do that. I want you to feel the excitement. I want you to feel the empowerment, the confidence. That reporter did not ask you not one question about what does your product cost? Not one question about you. They spoke to you about how you are doing in your business, how your business. Doing that type of interview brings the credibility up tremendously for your brand. So now I want you guys to think about this. I want you to do another exercise. I want you to close your eyes again. And I want you to think about nothing at all. I don't want you to think about what did you eat in the breakfast, what did you have for dinner last night? What are you going to have for breakfast in the morning? I don't want you to think about anything. Just close your eyes and just see the darkness. That's all I want you to see, just darkness, nothing, no movement, silence. It's nothing. Now open your eyes. That is your business without a PR campaign. It's darkness. It's nothing. People don't know you. People don't know what you're doing. People don't know how you are saving lives or how you're changing lives with your brand or your services. People need to know what you do. People need to know who you are, why you're doing this. It's something where it's a feeling when I talk to clients, when they come to me and say, Sharon, I've done media. I said, okay, what type of media have you done? I paid for an ad. I did an advertisement. Ladies and gentlemen, an advertisement and a commercial is not public relations. You cannot tell your story. You cannot give the full in-depth about your business, about your brand in a flyer or in a paid advertisement. So I want you to really understand the difference between the two. I did those exercises because I want you to have that feeling of promoting your brand. So I thank everybody for participating in it. I know some people are like, why am I closing my eyes? I don't want to close my eyes. I want to see what's going on. But I want you, when you close your eyes, you start really doing a deep thought, a deep thought about your business, about your brand. And when you think of, when I tell you not to think of anything, that's what's happening to your brand. You're not getting the word out. You're not telling the story. Now, I know some people are saying, well, isn't that marketing? I have a marketing plan. Well, at least some of you do. I'm making money. Well, at least some of you are. Marketing is not public relations. Marketing is paid techniques that you use to drive sales to your brand. You're paying for advertisements. You're paying for promotions. When you're doing a PR campaign, you are persuading the audience. You're storytelling. You're persuading the audience through unpaid, earned techniques to believe in you as a brand, to believe in your story, to believe in your confidence. When I reach out to media outlets, I have to create the story for them. I have to create a pitch, a message for them to buy into it, to say, I want to do that interview on that person. That's excellent. Yes, when can we schedule this interview? I did not pay for anything. And my client is now going to get an interview talking about their brand and their services and how they can change people's lives. Now, I know what you're thinking. What are some of these techniques? Traditional media, TV, radio, print. Those are some of the techniques what we use, what you can use. Anyone can pay for an advertisement. Community engagement, that is so important. That is a form of public relations. Speaking engagements like this great platform. I am talking to you about how you can get media for your business, why media is important for your business. These are opportunities that you should use to help grow your awareness, show your expertise. You're not selling products, you're not selling services. You're selling the dream of how you can change someone's life with what you do. That's all public relations. That is all public relations. And I really want you to think about it, because when people come to me and they say, and I tell them I'm a publicist, oh yes, I need marketing. And I have to stop them. Wait a minute. Do you need someone to drive sales to your business through paid advertisements? Yeah, that's what I want. That's not what I do. I have to sit down and I have to learn about you as a person. And I have to learn about you as a brand and a business. And then I have to study your industry. So there's so many dynamics where it comes to just doing business and getting media. So many dynamics to it. But once you learn the techniques and how to do it, it's a 1, 2, 3 thing. Remember, people do business with those who they know, trust, and can relate to. So if you don't know these, obviously you don't know these thousands of people, but you probably they're relating to your story. They are relating to the point where they're like, oh my God, that's how I felt. And this person went into this business and now I need their services. Let me break it down a little bit more for you. Public relations does multiple things for your brand. It builds your credibility within your industry. You could be doing the same thing that someone else does, but different. So your credibility now is here when the industry is here. And that's happened. You are now building a brand awareness. You didn't have it before. If you're doing paid advertisements and flyers and these commercials, it's not the brand, it's the business. They want to know what the brand is. They want to know who you are. Why are you doing it? You're increasing your prospect list. If that's not important to you, I don't know what. And then guess what? As you increase your prospect list, you are growing your profits. All of that is wrapped under public relations. You're building your brand awareness by going out into the community, by speaking engagements, by doing media and interviews. You're showing that you're an expert. People don't want to do business with people who don't know what they're doing, what they're talking about, who doesn't have a platform, who doesn't have a track record. You're showing your expertise. Public relations creates the illusion, not the illusion, it creates the sense of, this is what I am. This is what my business can do to help change your life. And you have to learn how to use it. You have to use it. There's no getting around it. So those of you who have not used media, those of you who have used it and didn't really maximize on it, please don't do it anymore. We are in a new year. We are in such a different time. Now is the time to utilize media. And I'm going to talk to you about how it should be for you to be newsworthy. So when you think of PR, don't just think of driving sales to your business, which again, don't get me wrong. We are in business to make money. I get it. I'm the same way. I'm in business to make money. But you should also want to show how you and why you are making an impact on touching lives, why you are making an impact in changing the trajectory of people's lives, people's livelihood. You want to control the narrative of your brand. And honestly, you can only do that through storytelling, which is another word for public relations. So before I close out, I just want to give you guys 4 major tips in how to be newsworthy. And it's very simple. Look at the current times. What is the media reporting on? If your business fits within that, put a pitch together. If your business brings an awareness to a particular situation, put a press release together. Send a message out to a reporter about what they're writing on, and you have that awareness and you can pitch that to them. That's newsworthy because they're focusing on that, but they didn't know that your business actually brings more of a spotlight on it. If your business provides a solution or solves a problem to an issue, that is newsworthy. And I always call this the bonus one, and it's a give back. If your business is, align your business with a give back, community service, non-for-profit. You don't have to go out and create a non-for-profit organization. Align yourself with one that fits your mission and vision. My business every year, I align my business with a not-for-profit organization who around school time, they do a school give back, school supplies. Christmas time, they do a toy drive. Thanksgiving, a turkey drive. Every time they do something that's giving back to the community, I am there giving them supplies. I am there giving them support. It's newsworthy. The media loves give back. They love a good give back story. So think about those 4 tips as you're putting your business together and you're putting your PR campaign together, because that's important. If you are not fitting that newsworthy category, all of this is just in vain. So that thought that you did in the beginning, when you thought about being in that studio, when you thought about sitting there with that host and going through the cameras and the lights and action and everything, that's because you were newsworthy to them and they're picking you up. They want to hear your story. So in closing, I want you to understand that public relations can dictate how your brand looks in the public's eye. And unfortunately, you cannot get that in a promotion or paid ad. A good public relations campaign is used to protect, enhance, and build your reputation through earned media. It can literally put you on the map and make you shine. However, bad public relations, a bad media interview can break you and give you such a bad name or no name at all. Either way, you don't want it. So I'm offering you, each and every one of you, an opportunity for some guidance and to work with me to get positive media coverage, or even just to learn how do you look to the media's eye. So I'm offering each and every one of you a 1-hour free PR consultation, one-on-one with me, to do a business assessment and PR recommendation on your brand, getting exposure for your business. All you have to do simply is just go to my website, www.netstruckpr, that's netstruckpr.com. Go to the Talk With Me, schedule an appointment, and it'll jump right on my calendar, and we have that time. I hope to see each and every one of you also at my workshop that I will be giving on getting media for your brand. Thank you so much, and I'll see you again.
They say there's no such thing as a stupid question. Well, I beg to differ, as most do others. The only stupid question is the one that's never asked. For an example, is the sky really blue? Is there truly a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow? And what can I do to cross my eyes and still be cute? Hello, everyone. I am Fiona James, also known as the Branding Coach and CEO of the Ask Group Incorporated. A person who doesn't feel comfortable asking questions usually feels that it makes them seem as if they have less knowledge, or that they are incapable of knowing the things that most others know in that room. What they don't know is that the question that's burning on the inside of them is the exact question that everyone else probably has in that room, but they don't want to ask either, feeling that they may be laughed at or given a weird eye stare, or just maybe they may get the answer that they need. The idea is to always be better at something, right? And the only way to do that is to ask that question that's burning on the inside. Your goal is to always grow in wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, for that's how we actually succeed in life. The anatomy of the brain functions like Johnny Five did in Short Circuit. It needs input. As information is funneled in and out of the brain, it grows, it gets bigger. By the way, that process indicates a pretty functional brain. In this essence, ladies and gentlemen, there aren't any stupid questions, so just ask. What is the worst thing that could happen again? You'll be laughed at? You'll be talked about? No, you'll have more knowledge and a better understanding of what you're trying to accomplish. I remember growing up as a child, and after having been punished, there was this burning desire, this burning question for me to ask my parents. And that was, hey, mom and dad, can I go outside and play? Now, mind you, I knew the answer to that question. It was going to be a no. Why? Because I had already gone outside to play while being on punishment. However, there was another instance where they just wanted to be alone, have their time, and I had been doing something I didn't have any business doing. So in that moment, I took my chance and I asked them, Mom, Dad, can I go outside and play? And this time they said yes. In this instance, my mission was accomplished. I received the answer that I needed and that I wanted. I wanted to have fun. Proverbs 8 and 12 speaks of witty ideas and inventions. This holds true to business as well. This can assist by asking questions. You can have assistance in planning a business, promoting your business, growing your business, and prospering in business as well. However, one of the many brick walls that we often hit is that we don't know the correct questions to ask, or we don't feel comfortable just asking that question or asking for help. So today I present to you Just Ask, the blueprint, which includes 3 easy steps. The first tip or the first step is to just simply jump. Oftentimes we don't take the effort to make that leap or take that jump because there's fear there. I recall when I wanted to start my very first business, I was in college, and there was a sense of fear. What if I fail? What if no one asks or needs my services? What if they feel that I'm too young to actually give them the quality service that they need? Well, I proved everyone wrong. I started my first business at the age of 19, doing marketing and branding and helping others start their business. And my revenue that year was $250,000. In asking, in taking that jump and taking that leap, I found sources and resources that were available to me, a woman of color, that assisted in further growing and expanding my business. I had to have faith. You have to also trust and believe in following your calling and your passion, and all things will work out for your good. Yes, obstacles will come, but the gift and skills you have will overcome and sustain in the most difficult moments in life and in business. Tip 2, don't quit. Meaning quitting is never an option. There were moments in my business at the age of 19 where I wanted to give up. There was months when I had clients who didn't want to pay, or it was just hard finding clients. However, quitting was never an option. I was determined to succeed. Knowing that perseverance goes a long way aids and assists us in further advancing in our business. If you don't quit, you'll appreciate your business more, and so will your consumers. They will feel your passion. We will feel your passion, and therefore it will resonate with us, causing a greater demand. The third tip is to always just ask. Do not be afraid to ask for help if you need assistance. Do not be afraid to ask questions. Ask the crazy ones, for you will find the answer that you need. Even ask for money, especially from the ones who owe you. 65% of Americans desire to own a business, but have no clue where to begin. What should their legal structure look like? Should it be a sole proprietorship, a partnership, or corporation, or LLC? How do we establish business credit? How do I truly market and brand my business? Is social media the actual most positive or best way to promote and build my brand? Or do I have the gift of the gab to sell my services and my products? Asking brings knowledge in, and it's a scientific fact that the brain grows. But you knew that already, right? As a matter of fact, the NAIS, which is the National Association of Independent Schools, stated that the brain is like a muscle, and I quote, "Inside the cortex of the brain are billions of tiny nerve cells called neurons. The nerve cells have branches connecting them to other cells in a complicated network. Communication between these brain cells is what allows us to think and solve problems. When we learn new things, these tiny connections in the brain actually multiply and get stronger. The more you challenge your mind to learn, the more your brain cells grow. Then things that you once found very hard or even impossible to do, like speaking a foreign language or doing algebra, and yes, starting a business, becomes very easy. The result is a stronger, smarter brain. So my challenge to you is to be stronger, be smarter, use that brain, and just ask. Thank you.
Most authors are horrible at business. Don't get me wrong, they are amazing people. They are passionate, thoughtful, caring. However, when it comes to business, they are a disaster waiting to happen. They only promote their product, their book, when it's first released. Then they give away tons of product, their books, for free without any regard to the well-being of the person they're giving it to or their business. And even once they discover that they have a business, they treat their business like what we would call back in the day, and I'm dating myself here, a bald-headed stepchild. But it's not their fault. They don't know any better. Many authors do not have other successful authors in their families. They are what I like to call first generational authors, FGAs. They didn't grow up like the children of Jim Rohn or Zig Ziglar, who understood the importance of maximizing intellectual property. And when I first published my book in 2009, I definitely fell into this category. Had no idea, have no idea sometimes, the power of our message. Yes, I knew it was important. Yes, I knew it was a message that God had given me that could be life-changing. And yes, I knew I could impact the world. But what I didn't know was how to make that impact happen. It took me several years to figure that out. I published my first book, Intensive Faith Therapy, in 2009. As most authors, I did about $2,000 in book sales. However, in 2012, we did the first of 4 intensive faith therapy conferences, which brought in over $4,500. From there, I got speaking engagements, and that birthed my first coaching program for writing. After it was all said and done, that first book generated over $20,000 in revenue. But it took 7 years. Over the next few years, I went on to write 3 other books. 2 were Christian devotionals, but the third one, which was my 4th book, was a business book. I wrote that book, 50 Mistakes Grant Writers Make, really just because I wanted to see if I could write a book outside of the inspirational genre. I could, and the book did well. Then in 2017, it clicked. Not only did I learn how to write my book quickly in less than 30 days, I also learned how to produce products and services quickly. I wrote Digital Mastery for Women and created online courses, coaching programs, and a membership program. Since 2017, that book and the products and services it produced generated over $45,000. Then in 2018, I leveled up. I sharpened my skills in digital marketing and produced some amazing results with my last book, Chief Executive Author. Over the last 3 years, the online courses, the coaching programs, the membership programs, and the mentorship programs from that book has generated over $175,000 in revenue. So after 11 years and over $250,000 from products and services created from books, I've learned a few things. People will buy your solution if they find value in it. We all have a wealth of knowledge that we haven't completely tapped into. And the quickest way to organize that knowledge is to write your book. But here's the other thing: a message that isn't generating revenue is a message that isn't impacting lives. Impact requires a transaction, and transformation requires an investment. So stop looking at your book as just a book. It's a business. It's a business you get to grow. It's a business that isn't someone else's dream of impact. It's yours. You need to understand that once you decide to write the book, once you decide to impact and transform lives with your message, you are no longer just an author. You become a chief executive author. Now, this, of course, is a play off of the word chief executive officer, who is charged with maximizing the value of the entity that they lead. Well, as an author, you are the chief executive officer for the entity you have created, your book. Just as corporate CEOs are responsible for making sure that the products and services offered by their companies maximize profits, the author is responsible for the same. As the author, you are in charge. You determine how successful your book is going to be. Unfortunately, most authors do not have the resources that corporate CEOs have. However, that doesn't relieve you as the author of this responsibility. You must make your book successful. So I would like to share with you today a framework that I have used over the last few years that has allowed me to generate hundreds of thousands of dollars from my books and the products and services generated from them. But it's more than just about the money. I have helped hundreds of clients achieve their goals and impact the world. This framework is what I call the Digital Mastery Profit Blueprint for Business Books. Let's start with the book prep. This is the first part of the framework, and this is probably the one that most authors miss. Book prep isn't just about researching content for your book, but it is more about making sure that you understand the problem your book solves. Your book isn't about you. Yes, I know it's your story. Yes, I know it's your life lessons and your point of view. But in order for your book to have an impact on me, I must be able to see myself in your book and resonate with your message. This means you need to find out as much about me, your target audience, as you can. This is also a time for you to get your house in order. Once you launch this product, your book, you must realize that every book launch is a product launch. Okay, let me get that clear. Once you do this, you may not have time to clean up your digital house. Now is the time to look at your social media profiles and get them updated. Look at your content. Do you need to clean up or remove some posts? Now is the time to do it. Next is time to write your book in a timely manner. If you've been working on your book for longer than a year, you need to get help. Writing your book should take no longer than 3 or 4 months. Many of my clients, including myself, have written powerful books in 30 to 45 days. Publish your book. Once it's written, it's time to publish. Now, you have so many options, including traditional publishing, vanity publishing, where you pay someone else to publish it for you, or self-publishing, where you learn how to publish it yourself. Now, although I co-own 2 publishing companies where we have published over 30 authors with 50 books, I recommend that you learn how to self-publish yourself. I've helped hundreds of authors learn how to publish their own books, as well as coach and publish other people. And there's one major reason for that. The number one question that you're going to get as a new author has nothing to do with your book. The number one question you're going to receive is, can you help me with my book? How you answer that question will determine how much money you leave on the table. Promoting your book. Now, here is where the rubber begins to meet the road. How do you let people know that you are open for business, i.e., you have a book to sell? The more importantly, do you have everything in place to receive customers? Are you going to have a book signing? Will you have a virtual book launch? Do you have a payment system in place to receive orders? How do you become an Amazon best-selling author? This is where you have to put your business hat on. Product creation for authors. You wrote the book. Now what? This is where you must learn how to turn that book into profitable products and services. This includes your online courses, your coaching programs, your workshops, your workbooks, and even high-ticketed implementation programs. Now, I mentioned being an Amazon best-selling author earlier, but let me dispel a myth. Being an Amazon best-selling author means absolutely nothing when it comes to having a successful, life-changing book. You can have 20 people buy your book, your 99-cent Kindle book, at 10 o'clock at night, and by the morning, you will probably have bestseller rank. Now, the way Amazon does their algorithms is based on hourly sales. So if you sell more books in a given hour than the people above you on the list, then you move above the list. So you can land as a bestseller from $20, $30 in sales. Now, while we don't despise any revenue, you can probably agree with me that the $10 in royalties that you're going to get from $20 in sales is not going to be very impactful. Therefore, I have developed my own definition of a bestseller. So, a digital mastery bestseller is a book that has generated over $10,000 in sales from the book and the products and services generated from it. Now, while $10,000 isn't a ton of money, I'm sure that we can agree as well that you could do a couple of things with an extra $10,000 in your account. You can also create certification programs based on your book. Think of it as franchising your message and your methodology. Can you teach someone else how to impact the world with your message, that's the key to high powered impact. And then finally, digital mastery for authors. I know all of this sounds great and it sounds amazing. And you're probably saying, wow, Vanessa, that's awesome. But how do I do all of this? This is where digital marketing comes in. And buckle up, brace yourself. I am about to utter, I'm about to say that nasty 10-letter word that many of you hate to hear: technology. Let's all say it together: technology. Technology is the key. It is the power behind each piece of this framework. It is the key to your impact and how you show up, especially online. It is the key to your book production, your publishing, your promoting. It is the power behind your product creation. It is what will take your desire to impact and transform lives from a wish to becoming a reality. It's like having the cure for a deadly disease, but no one knows about it. That is why technology is so important. This is the part of the framework where you have full responsibility. It's not just about being creative and getting that book out of your. I have the problem and you have the answer. So, what do I mean by being a force? You show up on my timeline because you've mastered paid traffic. You pull me out of the danger into safety by pulling me into your ecosystem. So, what does this look like in digital marketing? You feel my pain. And I know that you feel my pain because the words that are on your landing page reflects the conversation that's going on in my head. You understand that I've been battered and I'm hesitant about taking a big leap. So you draw me in gently by offering me a compelling lead magnet. And you provide an answer for me that gives me a quick win and it builds my confidence. But you don't abandon me. You don't just leave me there. You continue to cultivate the relationship with your email marketing, your live streams, and your webinars. And when the time is right, you provide an opportunity for me to make a life changing choice. You present an irresistible offer. And when I take that offer, you deliver above and beyond what I expect. And my life is changed forever. But even if I don't take that offer right away, you wait for me. You remain constant. You continue to show up and show me that growth is possible because I see you growing. And when I'm finally ready, whether it's a month from now or 3 years from now, you're there to finally show me the way, and my life is changed forever. This is what being a successful chief executive author is all about. Yes, this blueprint can help you generate hundreds of thousands of dollars from your books, as it has done for me. But the lives you are able to impact, and in turn, the lives your clients can now impact, is beyond measure. You inspire hope, you motivate change. You are truly a life changer. That is exactly what the world needs so desperately at this time. I salute you, my chief executive authors. If you would like a free copy of this blueprint so you can sit down and look at this and see how you can put this stuff in place, you can get your copy by texting the word book to 502-822-4567. 4560. That's the word book to 502-822 4560.
Hello, I'm Nina B. Abdul Wakil, affectionately known as Miss Nina B. I'm a LinkedIn coach and founder of the Social Media Success Network. And welcome to Black and Iconic. So today I want to talk to you about brand authority and possibly your brand falling flat. Before I get started, let me tell you a story about how I discovered that my brand was falling flat. So about 2 or 3 years ago, I guess it must have been 2018, I had been in these entrepreneur streets for a little while and was hitting that first wave of burnout. You know, when you're like, I listened to this coach, I paid for this coaching program, I've done this work, and nothing seems to be happening. So I had paid to go to a conference, and at the last minute, I was saying, no, Nina, you're not gonna go. Well, I have 2 sons, and any mother who has children that finds themselves an opportunity to get away, need to get away. So I said, Nina, you may as well go to the conference. It's okay, no big deal. Wasn't sure if I would know anybody because I was going by myself. So I went, and I actually did meet some people who I had met online. It was great to see them face to face. And as I sat in the conference, you know, like everybody else, I picked up the program and I was reading through it and seeing all these people's names and their titles and their subjects that they would be talking about and their bio. And I said to myself, how do these people get to be on the program? How do I get to be on the program? I know stuff. They know stuff. I know stuff. So how do I get to be on the program? It really just kind of frustrated me even more. So that night, there was a special session, a pajama Q&A, where everybody could come in relaxed clothes, appropriate pajamas, and ask questions. So when I walked in the room, I was like, wow. On the stage was about 4 or 5 chairs. And it was like, this is where the Council of Master Coaches sat. And literally seeing them up there and listening to their answers to questions, that's how I felt. Like we were sitting at the feet of wise counsel. So one of the things I learned when I was in corporate America, well, I still am, was that if you're in a room, ask a question. Otherwise, you may as well not have been there. So right in the center of the room was a microphone that you could walk up to ask your question. So like other people, I wasn't sure what my question was going to be, but I had a question. So here I go, walking up to the mic. Hello, I'm Nina Abdul Wakil. I'm a LinkedIn coach, and I heard a voice say, "You're a what?" I said, "I'm a LinkedIn coach." And then I heard the voice say, "I didn't know that. How come I didn't know that?" Now, this voice wasn't just any voice. It was the voice of the conference host and master coach, and I had been in her community for a couple of years. And she's asking me, why she did not know that I was a LinkedIn coach. And I, stumbled over an answer. And she says, if I had known I needed someone to speak on LinkedIn, you could have been on this stage. Talk about a pivotal moment. I was like, oh my God. So I don't even remember what my question was. I don't remember what else I said. All I remember was making my way back to my seat thinking, how did I miss this? What was I missing? When I left that conference, the only thing I was determined to do was make sure that she knew that I was a LinkedIn coach and as many other people knew as well. So that next year, I purposed to amplify my brand voice, my brand presence, my brand authority. So, fast forward to the next year, 2019, I'm at the conference hosted by this same master coach. I'm sitting in the seat. I'm looking at the program. But what do I see? Yes, a picture of me and my name and my bio in the program. I'm sure you can imagine how good that felt. And so I'm going to ask you, wouldn't you love to feel that way? Knowing that you're on the program, you have space on the stage, but have you done the work to make your brand known? So I'm going to share with you some of the things I discovered about brand authority. So I want to share a couple of slides with you. Okay, is your brand falling flat? Well, how to fix that? How do you use something like LinkedIn to build your brand authority? So let's first ask the question, what is brand authority? Brand authority is identifying yourself as a brand voice, a leader in a niche. Don't try to be great at everything. Find your niche and become known for your niche. My niche is LinkedIn for entrepreneurs, speakers, and coaches. What is your niche? And then you start to be known, and that becomes your brand authority. So, what's the first thing you need to pay attention to? It's brand clarity. If you're not clear of what your brand is about, who you serve, what you offer, no one else will be. Be clear on who you are, who you serve, and what you offer, even if that's evolving. A test for this is to post something like on LinkedIn or even on Facebook. Most people are on Facebook, and say, who am I or what am I known for? People in your network should be able to tell you what your brand is all about. If you're not getting clear answers, it may be that you're not giving clear messaging. So that's the first thing, that step in claiming your brand authority. What's the next thing? Well, it's your brand presence. So what do you mean, Miss Nina B? Presence? I mean, first of all, we're in this virtual world. The presence to be present in front of people is limited. And if you are, it's probably social distancing. So what could I talk about? What I'm talking about when it comes to your brand presence? Well, it's when you do show up in front of people, even online, what is their experience with you? Are you professional but personable? Does your brand information that's online, your digital presence, show something that's polished, professional, excellence in delivery? Or does it say, knock off? Or I may get back to you? Your presence is established all along the way in all of your interactions, and specifically with your digital presence. So when it comes to LinkedIn, the cornerstone of that is your profile. I can tell you how many people have said, I haven't looked at my LinkedIn profile in a couple of years. Well, the good thing about it is no one else is probably looking at it either. And if they do, they're not going to look at it long. But if you're in business, if you're a speaker, if you're an author, if you're a coach, or you're a consultant, a service provider, that is not the experience that you want people to have. You want people to be able to come to your profile and go, what can I do to work with this person? How do I contact them? And by the way, don't make that hard for them. Put it right up front so they know how to contact you. Have a professional, polished presence. Okay, let's talk about the next thing. Your brand voice. So obviously, if you're a speaker, you should be able to throw your voice as you need to when you're speaking, or maybe you emphasize some things with a deep voice. That's not the kind of voice I'm talking about. I'm talking about the words and the content that you put out online. What information are you sharing that let people know that you're an authority in your niche? How do people know that they should be listening to you? And not because you got something to sell. If all that you're ever doing is selling, you're losing people all the time. I remember asking a coach early on in my career as an entrepreneur, like, how do you know what to give away for free? How much do you post? How much do you share on a Facebook Live or a LinkedIn video? How much do you put in an article or a blog post? And they say, tell it all. I said, whoa, wait a minute. I'm trying to make some money. How do I tell it all and still make some money? Well, the thing is, you have the accumulation of information that you have gained over years of experience and study. It's absolutely impossible for you to share all of it and someone can walk away knowing all that you know. And there are billions of people on the planet that need information and possibly need the information that you have. So don't be afraid to give value, because value will come back to you. So what information are you consistently, and hear me, consistently putting out on LinkedIn? The algorithm favors when you are consistent and putting content. And the great thing about LinkedIn is you don't have to put content out every day. If you're consistent and putting out once a week, you're good. If it's twice a week, you're good. If it's twice a week, try Tuesday and Wednesday. If it's once a week, do Wednesday in the morning, 9 a.m., whatever your time zone. Your voice has to be consistently heard in order for people to start to acknowledge it as an authority voice, your brand authority. Let's go to the next one. And this is the third one and the final one. Your brand engagement. I guess this is actually 4. Your brand engagement. Don't post and ghost. I'm going to say that again. Don't post and ghost. Don't post and then run away from LinkedIn. Post and engage. Invoke conversations. And by the way, the algorithm favors that, as well as you commenting on other people's posts. And don't just say, good job, congratulations, great post. Look at the post. This is a little trick. Look at the post and see if you can find a question that you can ask or reference something that's associated with your niche to engage with the author of the post and other people that are commenting on the post. Feel free to tag people to start the conversation, because that engagement is what LinkedIn wants to see happening on the platform. And what will happen is people are watching and reading and listening. And they might not be the one they might not be the one that comments, but they might be the one that you get the contract with. I received an email this Monday from someone I'm connected with on LinkedIn, and she said in the email that her team was thinking that they wanted to bring in a LinkedIn expert. And she follows me on social media, and she knew that I was the right choice because she sees me as the best. That's not by accident. And you want that to happen. Now, I can tell you that I've never really seen her comment on my posts. I know she's in my network, but I've never seen her comment on my post. But obviously she's watching. So that's what's happening for you. Someone is watching. Are you showing up? Are you engaging? Are you willing to be present? So let me do a quick recap, and then we're going to wrap this up. Your brand authority is made up of and is built upon your brand presence, your brand voice, and your brand engagement. But none of those matter if you're not clear. Your brand clarity goes first. It's been my pleasure to share with you. And I want to let you know that I'm offering you a free gift from me, and you can access it by going to missninab.com/LinkedIn Life Bundle. And it's a combination of resources that will help you to be successful and move the needle forward on your LinkedIn engagement. It's been my pleasure to be a part of Black and Iconic, and I hope to see you in those LinkedIn streets.
Too many people are seeing all the headlines. You're seeing all the posts, all the programs, all the courses, and your big thought is, how can I get to that 6-figure level mark? How can I get to that 7-figure level mark? How can I be balling on the beach, hanging out in high-rise condos, making all that money? That is your thought. At the end of the day, what I want to focus on here in this time is how we just get to that first 10K. How do we have the first month where we have 5 digits in the profit margin category? How can we do that? Again, my name is Justin. I'm the founder of AutomationMaster.net. I help coaches and speakers create automated systems that help them save time and help them generate more revenue. And my goal today is to teach you how to use the SOS method to get you to your first $10,000 month. Like, that's my goal. That's all I want to talk about here today, and that will be my time. So I appreciate you allowing me to be here. Appreciate being able to share with you. I know there's a lot of speakers, a lot of platforms, a lot of places you can be on, folks you can be listening to, so I get it. My goal right now is to really just give you the solid information that you need to be able to take action with. Again, take action. Again, I know you could be listening to anybody, and you've been in and heard things like this before. At the end of the day, right? Yes, I have a business. I run an enterprise. Like I have a team. I have clients. So yes, I have services and things to offer. And certainly you can take some time after this to discover how you can learn more about how we work with you. In this time though, I want you to take some notes, pay attention, and most importantly, after this, regardless of whether you speak or see my face again, take action, because that will truly be the difference. And I can promise you that in this time, I'm going to give you some solid information that you can take and use. It's not just rah-rah, I'm not just going to motivate you with some sappy story. That's not it. At the end of the day, I'm me, right? There's no fancy condo, right? As y'all can see some of the decor, I'm a big dragon geek. So I'm just a guy. Just happen to be a guy who's been in the space of automation, training, working with coaches and speakers over 6 years. I've also been dabbling in the space of trying to make money online for over 10 years. So I get it. I get what you're trying to do. I get what you're trying to accomplish. I don't have any fake prop money to show you or flash. Got no fancy car to give you, right? And I'm not in some big fancy mansion I decided to Airbnb out just for the weekend. At the end of the day, I want to talk to you, the coach and the speaker, who is ready to stop just doing this stuff part-time, to stop just making only a little bit off of the handful of clients they have, and you're finally ready to make enough where you can start to see the horizon. You can start to see the things change. You can get to that point where, again, 10K is not a lot. Doesn't change the entire world. It does move the needle and get you to that next level that you need to be able to get to operate and to change and to grow. So that's what we're going to talk about today, is what you need to do to get to that point. Because I've been where you are, right? I've been exactly where you are, right? Matter of fact, I started out as a motivational speaker. That was my beginning. And I found myself, right at this point, I found myself standing on the biggest stage in my life, in front of the largest audience of my life, and the biggest opportunity of my life. Right, I did all the work to get the presentation ready. I did all my Les Brown studying to make sure I was going to tear it down with the best quotes, right? And I made sure my website was up and everything was ready to flow. And by the time the presentation left the screen and it fell off and I heard all the applause and I'm standing there and I finally felt like I had made it, right? I don't know if you've ever felt like this, right? That you put in all the work and you have finally been on the edge of the breakthrough. Right, and so here I am in the midst of it, because at this point the presentation's done. I'm all hyped up. I'm all happy. And here's the next phase, right? Because I didn't realize that the fortune is in the follow-up. I know y'all may have heard that. Again, it's kind of cliche, but it's the truth. So after my presentation, of course, I had to take the time to follow up with all the people who were interested in hearing from me, who wanted to learn about how this geeky ex-football player could help them change their life, right? So we're going back and forth. We're playing playing phone tag, right? Like a bunch of kids playing at recess, playing phone tag, going back and forth. And at the end of the day, I remember being on the last appointment, right? The last one out of the folks from that event.
And we're sitting there and we're going back and forth. And remember, at the end of the appointment, she says no. Right? And no means a lot of things to a lot of people for a lot of different reasons, right? At the end of the day, no for me at that point in time meant that I got 0 sales from that event. All the work that I put into the website, all the work that I put into the presentation, all that work to put into the fancy quotes and the slides, all that stuff was for nothing. I don't know if y'all ever felt like this, that y'all put in everything, I mean everything, into what you were trying to do, only for at the end of the day for it to come up short. And so I had to do some rethinking and retooling, because at the end of that, I took a look back and I started to study what the others were doing. And I realized there are some things as mistakes I made. I didn't have the right system in place when I spoke in terms of the structure of the presentation. I didn't have the right system in place to follow with people after I got off stage. I didn't have the right system in place to actually get on the phone and sell them. I didn't have a script in place. Heck, and this is the crazy part, I didn't even know how, even if I sold these folks, because I was young, I didn't know how I was actually going to serve them. Like, I didn't have a system to serve the people. And so it was probably a blessing in that moment, I didn't really feel it, that I didn't get any sales, because I wasn't ready. At the end of the day, I didn't have a system in place. And so today, I want to speak to you, again, the coach or speaker, who, again, you may have a couple clients. You may have been speaking and doing your thing for a while. Maybe you're getting paid to do some gigs. But you really don't have the system in place. You really aren't making predictable revenue. You're still having some other career and area and expertise that you're having to rely on to make money. And ultimately, again, you've still yet to have that 5-figure month that you've been striving for, that you feel is out there, but it still kind of feels like that unicorn that you're just waiting to come across the sky on a rainbow day, right? Like, that's what you're looking for. That's what I'm going to talk about today. So again, what I want to express to you is, again, I would tune into these things because, look, you can do it the hard way. You can do how I did it. I spent a ton of money and energy on the website, lost time and money. I used to market my events by handing out flyers in the cold. That wasn't very comfortable. And I thought I needed to invest hours on hours in YouTube. I thought I needed to write a book, right? I thought I needed to pay to play to get on every stage possible in order to be successful. Now, do those things work in some way, shape, or form? Yes. But what I want to talk about today is a smoother way and a simpler way, and it's called the SOS method, right? So why don't you go ahead and take out your papers and write some of these things down, because these 3 elements I want you to implement today, right? So again, regardless of what you do, I just want you to promise me, again, look at me right now, promise me, say, yes, Justin, I will implement the SOS method today. Again, SOS method today. Say, yes, I'm going to implement the SOS method today, right? So make that promise, not just to me, make it to yourself. Okay, so with that being said, go ahead and get and write these things down. The first S is to simplify. Now, some of y'all see everything that we're doing. You may see the stuff that I do and I talk about. Okay, because I got stuff I put out there, got podcasts and emails I'm sending out. I do a weekly show, right? So I may be doing a lot. And so some of y'all, it seems like I, again, the automation expert, have this complicated thing that I rely on. And so, yeah, my way of doing things may or may not be a little more complicated than what you need. And that's the problem. That's the problem. Now, I'm going to kind of bring you into, so when I was starting out, right, so after I got done with the stage stuff, I had to go out and find a mentor, right? So mentorship's important. Getting help and guidance is important. It changed the game for me. It's the only reason I'm here today, because I decided to get guidance. Okay? I started to watch what they did and how they operated. So I got and worked for some folks for a while. And I realized that they were doing far more than the other speakers and coaches at events, yet at the same time doing less. It was perplexing, right? It blew me away. The fact that they were doing more, yet doing less at the same time. Here's how it worked, right? Because they brought me in so that way they, again, the folks running the event, the two major guys running the company, could do less. So overall, the company still did a lot, but those two guys did less. They focused on speaking and selling. That was it. So before that, they focused on getting the event set up, focus on running the equipment, focus on organizing and making sure things are all set up. So they brought me and other folks in on the team so that way they could pass off all those responsibilities and then focus on doing two things, speaking and selling. And that was it. And it changed the game. They could go off and close, again, 5-figure deals on site, right? On site, because they were doing less. But ultimately, the team was doing more. So I challenge you that you should start doing less in your business. So what I want you to do, here's the process. Like this, again, I said I want you to implement this today. Take a look at your entire business, right? Like the entire thing. I want you to strip. Like map it all out. Put it all out. Just like a puzzle, right? Put it all in place. I want you to strip all the stuff that doesn't matter, right? All the stuff that doesn't matter from your business, strip it out. Like all the steps you don't need. And if you can, minimize the sales process from not knowing you to investing you and serving them to like 3 to 5 steps. But if you can get it from 3 to 5 steps, that's golden. Why do I say that? Because you really only need that to get to your first 5-figure month, right? You don't need everything. You just need that. Okay, so here was the process we did at events. We had one tool that people could opt into as they spoke from the stage. They could put out and mention a text number. They text the number, and then after that, so that's step 1. Number 2, they would meet with them. They would get their number, respond to them automatically. They would pick a time to meet with somebody on site. That's step 2. And they would sell them. Step 3 and step 4, there'd usually be another person on site or available either virtually to be able to onboard them as fast as possible. That was 4 steps. Mind you, right? Like there was no, again, there's some behind the scenes stuff they set up, but at the end of the day, like fairly straightforward. And you can do the same thing in your business now. So instead of this being, hey, I have to take 6 months to launch this thing, decide on the minimum steps that you need to be able to get it from start to finish and do that and get it launched like now. I mean, like today, like now. Stop waiting. Do it now, right? So that is the simplification step. The second step is to optimize. So optimization takes those simple steps, and then how can you get the most out of the least of every step of the process, right? So again, look at every step and then evaluate these areas. 1, how can you work less in those steps, right? So work comes in a couple different ways, right? Either you're working or somebody else is working. So either you're working or someone or something else is working, right? So you look at each step and say, either I'm working in this area, a tool is working in this area, or a person is working in this area. You do whatever your budget and your time and energy expertise allows. Meaning, if you're the best salesperson in your team, then you focus on the sales part and you let the rest of your team handle the rest of it, right? Or you have a tool in place for the rest of it. So you look at every step and you can see how you can decrease, right, the amount of work. Secondly, how can you decrease cost? Kind of goes along with that. Look at every step and see, how can I lower the cost of this step? And then third, how can you increase the value for your client, right? When you increase value, oftentimes you can increase the amount of money that you can make, which is the 4th piece. But how can you increase value? How can you give them more without it costing you more time? And then lastly, of course, is how you can make more money in each step, right? So one great example is affiliate offers, right? So in this space, of doing free content, oftentimes I'll do free content and then I'll put out a link to an affiliate offer where I can make money. Other times when folks wouldn't be making money, I can make money because I create that opportunity for myself, right? So how can you do that within the system? That's the O. The final S is to systematize it, right? It's to then take all these things, you mapped it out, you put everything down, you stripped it, now you made it simple. You optimized it. You looked at every step and see how you want to reduce, increase, switch out value, cost, time, and energy for yourself. Then lastly, systematize it, meaning now you have to put the right tools, the procedures, and the people in place and then formally put it together, right, to make it operate. Now, the way that we operate in our system is there are 7 areas of automation. Won't go into them here right this second. There will be training on these things coming up, right? Or again, you can follow us online and things like that. But at the end of the day, okay, there are 7 areas. There's lead generation, okay, communication, so communication and nurturing. Third, sales, service, okay. So lead generation, this is the ones that folks usually see. Lead generation, communication, sales, and service. Okay. After that, you have project management, back office, and then content. Those are the 7 areas of automation that we touch. Now, I can't go into every one right here this second. But those are the main areas that you, at some point, should touch in your business. Now, when we talk about the SOS method and having this happen quickly, again, really you're looking at the main core 4 that you need to accomplish and have as a part of that short system is lead generation. So how are you collecting leads and making them prospects, meaning you're putting them into some type of CRM, okay? So that could be like a active campaign, which is what we use. Second, communication. Use active campaign to send out automated emails. Third, sales. That could either be having a sales team, having something like a Calendly in place. Calendly is a tool you can use to schedule phone calls and meetings and Zoom meetings and things like that, where you can get on and they can pick a time and you can go on and sell them. And then, right, lastly, service, right? So you have to have something in place for them to receive what they invested in, or at least receive the next step once they invest with you, right? So they know what they're doing, what they're getting, and so that way it's organized. Because at the end of the day, the sale does not end at the swipe, right? The sale does not end at the swipe. Okay, so that's the SOS method. At the end of the day, doing less is what made a big difference in the businesses that I was able to touch, in my business, and then also in your business. The other big factor for me and for the folks that I've worked with is just making that decision to work with someone, right? So again, if you want a chance to just figure out more about what we do, again, there's no hard pitch. Again, if you want more extensive training on the 7 areas, on the SOS method and what it means and what it does, go ahead and go over to www.automatewithease.com. Again, there's a free training there. Again, www.automatewithease.com. All right, appreciate you and all that you do. Again, go out there, implement this stuff. It's the game changer. Makes all the difference. I'll see you in the next one. Again, I'm Justin Morgan, founder of AutomationMastery.net, to help you, coaches, speakers, and trainers, create automated systems that save you time and generate you more revenue. And as usual, treat each day as a building block to a better future. Peace.
Trying to be all black and influential, black and iconic. Well, I'm proud of you, ladies and gentlemen, and I salute you for being intentional in seeking the information that will help your business and your brand in 2021. And since you're here, I want you to join the Black CEO family. And the way that you can do that, if this is your first time, I want you to go over to joinblackceo.com. Since we're on the web, you got to put a www.joinblackceo.com. And if you're a part of the family, I want you to get your t-shirt, get your merch, and that is www.blackceotshirts.com. Once again, that's www.blackceotshirts.com. I don't want you to think that this is a commercial. I'm not trying to sell you anything. I just want you to celebrate your blackness, and I want you to collaborate with other brilliant Black entrepreneurs just like yourselves, and make sure that you're plugged in and intentional about getting the information that can help you, your brand, and your business. The last thing that I want to tell you before I turn you over to this next pod of amazing speakers is be a part of the VIP Masterclass that's happening on day 6. You'll have an opportunity to sit and listen to some of the most brilliant minds in the world. But the only way that you're going to be able to do that is if you go over to www.blackceovip.com. www.blackceovip.com.